Yep.
Okay. Yours isn't working.
Somebody playing the drums?
They traded you with Jim Worth.
What's that?
They must have traded your microphone.
It's off.
Hello. No. Not yet? Okay. All right, very good. I'm going to go ahead and call this board workshop. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We're going to call the board workshop to order at 9 a.m. Very good. Let's see. Who can I have do this today? Our general manager, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Please place your hand over your heart and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. Please be seated. Roll call.
President St. Amand,
Present.
Director Cordell,
Yes.
Director Griffin,
Yes.
Director Rotora, Vice President Boyd.
Here. All right, thank you. Posting of agenda declaration.
The agenda for today's special board meeting workshop was posted on Monday, July 25th, 2022.
All right, thank you. Conflict of interest declaration.
None for Boyd.
None.
None for Griffin.
All right, none for St. Amand, although I must inform you that I am an employee of the federal government. However, that being said, my opinions are mine and mine alone and do not necessarily reflect those of my employer or the other members of the board of directors. Thank you. All right, public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentations to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. When you're recognized by the chair, please state your name and address for the record. Do we have any public questions or comments?
So I see you're outdoing the city council once again. Every time they go to have especially long meetings, I've told them I want people to come, put food out. Well, there's their example. And you got, one or two more people than you usually get to most meetings. So keep advertising that fact.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neal. Are there any other public comments? Do we have anybody online? Doesn't appear to be the case. All right, item 7, board workshop. This meeting is a planning session for the Water District Board of Directors and the Water District staff to discuss, consider, and prioritize present and or future operations and projects for this year, which may also include but are not limited to matters related to finances, management, and those items listed below. The intent of the meeting is to set forth a plan and a schedule to keep track of all of this. The goal is to have agreed upon projects assigned to the appropriate committee with an assigned chairperson. So let's go ahead, 7A, workshop issues, goals, and priorities. Let's see, item 1, board consideration and discussion of the final 2022 10-year financial plan report dated 14 June. Would you like to kick that off, Don?
Sure. Mark Hildebrand had previously presented a PowerPoint on the analysis to the board. He has provided a draft final report that was distributed to the board last week for review and discussion at today's workshop. And I believe if the phones are working that okay, so Mark is on the line. I'd asked him just to give a high-level review of his work to date, just to kick off discussion with the board. So if Mark's on there, Mark, go ahead.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thanks for having me this morning. So I gave a pretty detailed presentation to the board a few weeks back. And just to hit on some of the higher points, we did do a financial planning analysis for the district in order to determine whether rate increases would be needed for the next 5 years. We looked at a 10-year period, but we're making recommendations for rate adjustments over the next 5 years. To be clear, that study was limited to just a financial analysis. It's called a revenue requirements study or financial plan, and it really just looks at financial strategy in terms of the amount of rate revenue that you're collecting and whether or not debt would be a viable alternative or a recommended alternative. It does not look at the rate structure itself in terms of making adjustments to the rates, how much you collect through your different tiers or fixed versus variable, those types of things. So we did complete that analysis by inputting all your operating costs and forecasted capital spending and looking at existing revenues and projected revenues. Probably the biggest highlight from the spending side is that your projected capital spending is anticipated to more than double over the next 10 years. Historically, it's been about $2.5 million over the last 3 years. And going forward over the next 10 years, it's expected to be an average of just over $5 million. And so that's really what would be driving the rate increases that are being proposed. And the rate increases that are being proposed would be 10%, 10%, 10%, 8%, 8%. So those are the percent rate increases to your existing rates that would be proposed each year for the next 5 years. So to say that again, it would be 10, 10, 10, 8, 8. So they are pretty substantial rate increases, but the increase in capital spending is pretty significant and warrants that type of increase. It's expected that after that 5-year adjustment period that you will be able to keep up with your capital program, and so after that point, only inflationary adjustments would be needed on the order of 2 or 3%, depending on what inflation is doing at that time. So really, we see the next 5 years as a period of time where you're catching up with a backlog of capital spending and getting your rates up to a level that you can keep up with what is expected to be the new normal in terms of annual capital spending. We did look at a debt strategy, but determined that it was more advisable to go for it with a pay-go strategy. And that's about it. Those are the highlights. Let me know if you have any questions.
I have a quick question. When you formulated the rate increases, did you take the current inflation rate into account?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that is. So part of that, the 10%, 10%, 10%, 8 includes an assumption that at a minimum, your costs are going to go up by 3% across most categories. Utilities were expected to go up by 10% for 1 year, salaries by 8% for 2 years, and then down to 5% every year, and everything else was assumed to go up by 3%. So it's a good point that, a pretty significant part of the rate increases are simply keeping up with inflation.
Okay. Would you happen to know offhand what the actual rate of what the announced rate of inflation is for this year?
No, I don't know what it's.
It's a little over 10%.
Right, depending on the category.
And if calculated according to the 1970s formulas, it would be closer to 18 or 19%.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Then any other questions?
Yeah. Could you spend a little bit more time on your debt strategy? You discounted it pretty quickly. I didn't understand why.
Well, so the debt strategy would allow you, so if you did follow a debt strategy, we'd be looking at issuing a total of about, about $11 or $12 million in 2 different issues over the next 4 years. And that would allow you to dial back the rates to 8% per year, every year for the next 5 years. So instead of those 3 10% increases, the next 3 years would be 8% each. So it'd be 8% for the next 5 years and then dial back. The reason that we did not is because ultimately, debt will cost your ratepayers more in the long run. We did the math, and it would be about $6.5 million in additional expense to your ratepayers over the terms of that debt that they wouldn't otherwise have to pay. So when you issue debt, there really typically needs to be a pretty strong reason for why it's important to burden your ratepayers with additional expense like that. If the rate increases were double digit normally, and that the debt issue could dial it back by half in the short term, that would be a potential merit for issuing it. But in this case, it's only going from 10% down to 8% for 3 years. So we didn't see that as being a very massive difference in the rate increase, considering the cost to the ratepayers. The other reason is that debt strategy is, for the reasons I just mentioned, you try to avoid it. The times where it's appropriate is where there's a one-time sort of anomalous capital spending event. Say you need to replace a treatment plant, or there's just a massive infrastructure expense that isn't something that you'd expect year in, year out. That sometimes makes sense to debt finance because it's a one-time large capital expense that you want to spread out over time. In this case, however, what we're talking about is getting your revenues up to a point that it can afford what I described earlier as a new normal. You're going to be spending, $5 million every year, year in, year out, going forward. And so, really, the point of this rate adjustment is to get your rates up to be able to afford the new normal for capital spending, not trying to get over the hump of a single event.
Okay, anyone?
Yeah, respectively, I thought we had this discussion at our June board meeting, and it didn't go anywhere, and that we weren't going to move forward with this 5%, 5%, that we were going to put on the workshop agenda to have a rate study, and I think that's our next item. But I disagree as far as terming it out. If we were going to do a capital project, what we're asking is for the ratepayers in the next 5 years to build our infrastructure that is going to affect our ratepayers for the next 50 years or 100 years. We do have some big projects that do need to be completed. Completely on board with that, but we need to look at not just putting the burden on the ratepayers for the next 5 years to pay for those projects that are going to benefit everybody else for the long term. So, as far as I'm concerned, I have no other need to hear any more about this proposal, because I thought we ended that last month at our meeting.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
I agree totally with Chuck. I wrote up, as a matter of fact, 4 pages of concerns regarding the report. Most of those, however, were more associated with the allocation of rates down to the ratepayer as opposed to the overall revenue. So I'll not talk about that now, because I'm sure that will come up again in the rate study. The 2 things I would like to talk about is what Chuck was just talking about, Chuck Griffin. If you add the 3% that we just increased this July to the 55% that is being proposed by the staff, you come up with 59.9% increase in the rates, or increase in the revenue over 5 years. We have to account for inflation. I totally agree. I don't think the inflation is going to last as long as apparently some other people. We've had some problems this year, obviously. I don't think the inflation is going to last that long. The other thing, in getting back more to what Chuck was saying, is the whole idea of using cash capital to fund 30-year projects doesn't make any sense. We have got a good bond rating. We've worked real hard to get that bond rating. We need to use that bond rating. The state revolving fund still has loans They're typically half of what the normal loan is. And yes, you pay for interest, but that's the whole point. The interest is being paid by the people who are actually using the facilities that we're paying for. And I think that's important. The second thing that's more of a strategic issue rather than a rate issue is what's happening to our reserves. It appears that we're dropping our reserves about $8 million in 3 years. We've taken 10 years to build up our reserve from basically being bankrupt to now where we actually have some insurance against risks. We currently live in an environment of Sigma, which is unknown, and the adjudication that's unknown. I do not think we should be risking our insurance, almost $8 million of reserve, and ignoring the fact that we have got a lot of unknowns coming up in the future. I do also have some questions on the pro forma, and I do appreciate that being added to the report. It should have been in the draft report, I think, but nonetheless, I would like to point to page 7 of the report that indicates there is something like $6 or $6.5 million in the COP 218 fund. And yet when I go back to the pro forma, I can't see where we're spending those dollars. That is, I'm referring to line 33, that $6.4 million is at the start of FY22. And yet we're spending $1.8 million in 22, so there should still be more than $4 million left to spend, and I don't see where we're spending that. And my understanding is that that money has to be spent, or at least obligated by the end of last fiscal year. So I don't know what happened to the other $4 million.
You're absolutely, let me just jump into that, I apologize, I'm looking at that right now. That is a typo. There is another $4 million that could spend in the next year, and the pro forma is just, the link is broken, so I'll put that in. It doesn't change the math on the.
Okay, so you can so the pro forma does have a typo and you can change that?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, also, the last pro forma we had for the last rate study had cash capital as one of the major line items, and I don't see that in the current pro forma.
That's the row just above 32. Same, PAYGO is the same term as the same.
Okay, now that's kind of what I assumed, but if you look at that line, line 32, you notice in FY21, there was no cash capital. And in FY22, there was no cash capital spent. And I'm reasonably sure we spent more than $1 million, maybe going on $2 million in each of those fiscal years. Is it tied, Mike?
Yeah, there was some.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mark.
Go ahead, Ty. I was just going to say, my understanding was that it was just all the bond proceeds that you were using in those years.
It was on the big projects, but yeah, that's something we can take a look at.
Well, yeah, well, it seemed to me that it was over $1 million each year. So, and I guess my feeling is if line 32 is really cash capital, we should either put that in italics or name the line cash capital. Otherwise, it's just very confusing to people who are familiar with the last pro forma that we had. Because that's what I'm basically doing, is comparing this one with the last one. Also, I was curious, there's a $9,925,000 entry on line 30. which is the total capital spending for FY '23. And when I calculate it, I come up with something less like $4 million less. Can you explain why? I mean, the total capital spending is more than the total capital expenses.
That's the broken link he was talking about with the 4 million COP. If you put the 4 million into the COP line, that would bring it up to the 9 million.
Okay, so there's another typo or whatever you want to call it, and that can be corrected in a,
Well, the 9 million's correct, it's just, we need to add in the 4 million COP.
oh, okay, well, whatever you have to do, I'm not trying to tell you how to do it. Just make it so that it looks consistent among all the numbers. And can you tell me where in the report, line 33 is discussed the capital facility fee?
I'm sorry, repeat the question about the capital facility fee?
Yeah, I mean, it's, we've got a unrestricted fund reserve, and then we got the COP reserve, and I'm not aware of that this is part of either one of those. I'm just wondering what's the connection? Where do we find the information associated with that line? I mean, it's 105,000 in FY '22, and then it's about 1.2 million in '23 and '24. I'm assuming that it was somewhere discussed in the document, but in my review, I didn't find it.
So capital facility fees, when we receive that revenue, can only be used for expansion or increase in service capacity projects. So any projects, for example, right now we're replacing 2 tanks and building an additional tank. That additional tank would qualify as being funded through a capital facility fee. So we can use that revenue for that. It's restricted just for those purposes.
So is that part of the restricted reserve?
Yes.
It is. Okay. I guess it'd just be nice to be consistent with all the terminology, so when I go from one page in the document to another, that it doesn't look like they're different, is all. Okay. Oh, and one other thing. When you're updating the sheet, could you put in to the line item where the calculated numbers came from? Like under total capital expenses, it appears that's the summation of line 30 and line 31. And the capital spending, line 30 is the sum of line 32, line 33, and line 34. But because it's not straightforward as to which lines are raw data and which ones are calculated. And I don't
Understood.
think that
Yeah.
the board really should be expected to have to go through and try to figure that out.
Yeah, I can be more clear about which lines add up to which, but to
Okay.
be clear, that top line 30 is the sum of 32, 33, and which should be 34. It looks like 33
Right.
is repeated here.
So you've already caught the fact that you've got 2 line 33s.
Yeah, I see that now.
Okay. So I would like to see this particular sheet updated. And I don't know that there's a lot of reason to spend a lot of more time or money on the report. I think what we need to do is get on with the rate study and leave this where it is. Okay? Director Cordell, anything?
All right, anybody want to redo? Any of the staff have questions?
So just to be clear with those changes, then this is essentially a receive and file document. So is the board okay with if those changes are made, just a receive and file?
Yeah, as long as it's available for us to go in and look and verify they've been made, yes, sure.
Okay.
And And I want to make sure, receive and file is just, we're not implementing anything, so it's clear. We're
No,
not
this is just-
implementing. It's
just
just, this is our report, we're accepting the report as written, and that's their
Well,
recommendations.
no report with amendments.
Correct.
As requested.
Yeah, you're accepting it with the corrections.
Correct. I'm looking at the board. I don't see anybody who disagrees with that. All right. So I will say, Mr. Hildebrand, the study includes costs for maintenance, updates to the system and expansion. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
All right, very good. So I want to address briefly the idea that we need to borrow money because the people who aren't yet born need to pay their fair share. So we have maintenance and updates, which are the result of people who are currently using the system. And if we're going to go by the logic of making people pay for that which they have caused, then they'll need to cover that cost. Of course, we're talking about borrowing money. The study's based on current rates of interest, and I don't believe that the interest rates are going to be going down anytime soon. I think they're going to be going up as the current federal administration finds it necessary to try to curb the inflation, which is somewhat north of 10%. So I don't know that it's going to be as inexpensive as we would like to borrow money for the future. And I think if you can afford to pay it now, you should probably cover it now and buy anything I can as a personal with cash or a check instead of putting it on my credit card, because I know that's just a very poor road down which to travel. Certainly, I don't recommend that for the water district. And the maintenance
By the
is
way,
critical.
the mortgage rates on housing has gone down a little bit.
There's
It's
also
not
a-
where it was and not where we'd like it to be.
Right.
But it's not going up.
So there's also been a major, well, they won't describe it as it, but there's a crash in the housing market. So that's why the interest rates, while they might have gone down a little bit, it's like saying gasoline's cheap again because it's gone up by half as much and come down 10 cents. So we're not committing to a rate today, but I think that, I'm happy to accept the report, and we need to consider the fact that with the 10% inflation, that the rate increases that are proposed, at least for the first 2 years, are really just going to be making us, seeing us buying the things we need to buy at effectively, adjusted for inflation, the same revenue we're getting now. Okay,
If I might just make sure, Mark, would you stand in line for the next discussion, please, about the rate study?
Absolutely. And if you don't mind, just to be clear, I appreciate the comments that were made, and those typos were disappointing for me to find, so I apologize for that. I can confirm after plugging the numbers in that it doesn't change any of the results. It's really just a non-functioning table that didn't affect any of the bottom line numbers. The quick question I had was that it sounded like there were some comments that the assumptions in this analysis are understating inflation for this year at least, which could be double-digit inflation, and we're assuming that last year's budget numbers were accurate for this year, which obviously did not anticipate double-digit inflation. But then there was also concerns about the size of the rate increases. So we're obviously trying to find a balance that meets your concerns for any future efforts that we put into trying to find a solution that is acceptable to the board. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to see that can help us meet your needs?
by which you mean, do we want you to use an assumption of a higher interest rate? I'm sorry, a higher inflation rate?
I guess, the only thing that I can really think of, we could put in a higher inflation rate, which would obviously raise rates even higher.
Yeah.
The only way to mitigate the rate increases would be to issue debt, but it has the limitations that I mentioned. So I'm just wondering if, there's two sort of contradicting concerns there, that the rates are understated and that they're overstated at the same time. So I just want to make sure that I meet your needs.
I think you have. The report makes assumptions, and I think the assumptions were valid when the report was written. And we have a rate study coming up, and we can address those issues during the rate study.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. So receive and file, please. Right, A2, discussion of possible formation of finance. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Public comment? My apologies. Thank you. Chuck, thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Ron Kosinski. I basically have two two items. One is, Chuck, I sort of agree with you that, and we're looking at long-term infrastructure improvements and capital, that should be spread out. But let me get this straight. The thing the board needs to weigh is, do you want to take on another additional interest expense of $6 to $7 million to basically bond out the projects? So I think I can understand. And Mark, was that correct? It was $6 million roughly you figured for financing if you bonded out the long-term projects?
6.5.
Yeah, $6.5 million of interest over the terms of the debt. Over the term of
Right.
the debt.
So I can understand why it might only affects your rate study by, your proposed increases by 2%. So that's something I just want to make sure I understand. So that's what you have to weigh out. Either we take on additional, at this point, $6 million, and it can easily, with all the federal increases in borrowing from the feds, that could be higher. So that's correct. The other one is the inflation. I honestly don't believe, even if, Stan, like you're saying, the inflation is transitory, which I don't think that's what you're saying, the inflation that's occurring now isn't going to go away. It basically says that all of a sudden, if inflation, in my opinion, drops to 3 or 4%, you are where you are now. It isn't as though inflation is going to drop and all the prices are going to come down. I mean, that's just the way it's going to work. People, where the pricing is where the pricing is. So I think keeping that in mind when you look at inflation in your studies is important to know. So to try to say that, okay, inflation in 4 or 5 years is going to come down, that's going to affect this, I honestly don't believe that it will. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski.
One thing that's sort of interesting is the state revolving fund used to not require payback until whatever the facility was completed. So that's also a help. That is, if we want to build something in 24, we don't need to start unless they've changed their policy, we don't have to start paying it back until 25 or 26. So we need to look at all of those tragedies, and this number that I hear quoted of $5.8 million, it depends upon, what the interest rate was. Did we take out just one loan, or did we take out two loans stretched out, 6 or 8 years apart? And of course, obviously, if we went to a commercial bank and paid 6 or 7% rather than 3% or 2.5%, typically the state revolving fund is 1/2 of what you can get from a commercial bank. That's how it's sort of worked in the last few years. So there's a lot of strategy. I guess what I'm implying is the board needs options. I'm not interested in what options the staff worked with Mark on. I want the board to know and understand what those options are so the board can make the decision.
And there's obviously money available from the state, but I don't know whether the board has done that before and what's involved with it. So I would make sure that you have all the ducks in a row, that if you say we're going to do that it's something you can really do. Because if you go ahead and decide, okay, I'm going to keep the rates low, we're going to look at bonding or financing or everything else, have your ducks in a row that, yes, we can do these things.
Oh, absolutely.
Because if you can't, then you're caught with your pants down. Thank you.
Ron, I have a comment for you. Just so you can understand where my train of thought's coming
Yes.
from. It's probably a little different than Stan's, but my thought is this: we've got inflation, which I completely agree with. I understand we're paying it every day. Everybody is. I'm not stating in any way that there is going to have to be a higher cost for water. We know it's coming. I do not like the rubber stamp option of just, it's going to be 5% across the board. That's what it is. We've all agreed right here in the room that 5% across the board is not even going to cover the inflation. So we have all these projects that need to be done. We have one that I feel is very important, that we have a bottleneck situation and we need to get that addressed. So if we put just a 5% stamp and then we still don't have the funds to do our projects, it's going to leave us in a bind. So if we take out the debt through a bond issue or however we do it, then we can do the projects, know they're going to get done to where we don't have an issue down the road. It's the same thing with solar. We didn't put that cost for solar on just the ratepayers at that time. We're paying for that for 18 years or 16 years, whatever the loan was, and it's being dispersed across. And in 8 more years, we're going to get a huge benefit because we did it that way. So that's just my
And
thoughts.
I agree with you, but you got to look at the sheer economics of it.
Correct.
That's what it's all about, is how can you keep the rates as low as possible and not put the water district in any kind of danger and not becoming a solid infrastructure like you are now.
Correct.
And that, to me, is the most important thing. So, you know, I agree with Stan that you've got to look at your options. I'm just saying that whether it be bond options, and trying to forecast the future is difficult, as we all know. But we do know that the feds are raising rates. That's not going to change anytime soon, nor will go away anytime soon. We do know that inflation is here, and even if it does go away, it's not going to affect the cost of things anymore. So with all that in mind, all you're really saying is, do I want to saddle the ratepayers with $6 to $8 million? I'm saying up to $8 million of interest, because even if you go to the state, you may not get all you want, and you're still going to pay maybe a 3 or 4%. So there's still going to be a $6 to $8 million additional expense you have for interest over the course of that time. You know, and is that better than the trade-off of a couple percent? Because I believe you all see that because of inflation, we know rates are going up. I've been in business for a number of years. There's no doubt about it. Of course, I'm not anymore, just so you guys know. I'm retired.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yay.
Yeah.
I'll do that dance at, never mind.
You're a gentleman of leisure now, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we do know that rates are going up. We do know that because of mostly inflation and the cost of goods and everything else that's going up. And I'm glad to see you guys all realize that. So the key function that you're looking at now is capital expenditures and how that affects rates, and how can you best serve the ratepayers on how they pay for that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And again, I just want to point out, what I'm after is for the board to have the information to make an informed decision. And we're not going to do that if all we get is one option.
Right. and
We
I-
need to have
yeah.
multiple options. We need to know what the options are, what the issues are, and the actual numbers, looking at the actual, I'm a numbers person. I can't help it. I'm an
No, are
engineer.
you really? I didn't know that.
So,
So.
I don't think we're disagreeing.
Yeah, I
at
think
all.
we're agreeing, but then the other things you can say is, okay, let's say for some reason your rate study's done, you're 10, 10, 10, 8, 8. Of course, the board has the option every year to do that or not do that. So just to say that something isn't available in a particular year, so maybe you protect yourself by saying, we approve this rate study, but the caveat is that each year we look at how are we going to finance the capital? Is there something that can change that and maybe not have the full increase? But of course, we all know that when something's on the board as an increase, it usually doesn't. I think I remember the board once or twice that didn't take the increase. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski. Anyone else?
Good morning, Board. Mike Neal. I've got 4 or 5 notes here. I'll just go through them sequentially. Things that I noticed in this, what do they call it, financial plan. On page 12, it's pointed out that, let's see, salaries, and that's 3.2. Salaries are projected to increase by 8% per year for 2 years, followed by 5% per year after that. I think I gathered from asking about this previously, there was some kind of a contract agreement. It may be set in stone. If it's not, I think that needs to be reconsidered. That is a lot more generous wage increase than most people have gotten over the last number of years, and probably will even hope to get. And of course, I'm paying it. All the citizens in town are having to pay for that. And if you're looking at huge possible rate increases, people are not going to be happy. And as you know, I like to make the public informed. So, I will be putting that out there. And unfortunately, you guys are going to have to answer to the public as to why they're having to fund pretty sizable wage increases that the board has apparently agreed to in the past. I'll skip that one. Okay. One I noted on page 15, paragraph 401, says, in the second paragraph of that, I'm sorry, says the district's cash reserves are currently higher than the 2018 rate study, which anticipated 6.5 million in 21-22, but we apparently have an actual reserve level of 20 million. I'm wondering if that overage, which is that, and that's 13.5 million, has that been factored into the numbers in this financial plan as cash that's right there that could be used, that nobody really, we've already paid that. We don't need to pay that. So maybe your consultant can answer that or not at this time? No? Okay. If that's, yes?
I
Say something.
defer to the district on whether I can answer, whether you want me to answer.
You go ahead and answer it if you like.
So I'm sorry, to clarify the question you're asking, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? It's
Okay.
not totally clear.
Okay, page 15, if you're following that, it says that
Yep.
a 6.5 million cash reserve had been anticipated, and we have 20 million. So, and then you've got all these expenses in this financial plan as the extra 13.5 million that this, I'm assuming, I understand is stating that we have right now on hand. Has that been included in the needed capital for all these projects that are projected up to 2033?
Yeah, it's all included.
Okay, so there's I didn't do all the totaling, so, okay. Now, one thing that really stands out to me, and you certainly respond to this one on page 17, it's in the rate revenue increase table of numbers down there where it's laid out the percentage per year of rate revenue increase, but below that, it says the debt coverage ratio. Now, on the previous page, it says the debt coverage ratio, they're shooting for 1.6 something. But if you look at that debt coverage ratio starting in fiscal year 25, it's 2.3, 2.733. It's way higher than that. Now, that tells me that this plan is projecting to take in a lot more money than they really need to. And if they cut it down significantly, then they could get this debt coverage ratio back down to the 1.6. So it sounds like, for whatever reason, nobody, I don't think here understands that right now. This financial plan is asking for pretty significant rate increases that are, this would say they're not necessary, that they could be a lot less than what's being put in this financial plan. So that.
The really important thing to understand about debt coverage ratio is that it's meaningless as a metric when the numbers are large enough. It's really just a floor. There's a certain level threshold that you never want to go below, but if you once the numbers start getting large, it doesn't really reflect anything other than saying that you can afford your debt. So two different things can drive rates. Two things that we keep our eye on. We want to make sure that the debt coverage ratio never falls below the threshold that you mentioned. And then in the graph just above that with the red line, we're trying to manage the reserves to be the level that we want it to be. So in this case, the debt coverage ratio is not driving the rates at all. If we're above 1.5, we don't worry about the debt coverage ratio. At that point, we're watching the reserves and we're trying to develop a financial plan that will reestablish reserves to the target levels by the end of the 10-year period, which you can see we slowly do that. We draw them down to almost the bare minimum. That dashed line is the absolute lowest that you can be at and still be financially secure. But the solid black line at the top is really your target. And so you can see we draw down the reserve significantly and then build them back up over time. So that's really what's driving the rate increases, not the debt coverage ratio.
Okay. Yeah, and so that just brought something else to mind. You pointed out the graph. So hope you guys are taking notes. If you're not, you can look back in the video of this. I'm going to suggest that instead of this projected large increases, that if you look at that graph over about 4 years, you got a lot more than the 6 million cash reserves. that you not have as much rate increase in those years. And if it falls out time-wise, where then you got 2025, 2028, whatever, where you're looks like you're touching on that, well, you probably might need to have another, I mean, you could do a rate study every 4 years. That's typical, as I recall, and do another rate study and say, well, we had to increase it a little bit. And later on, it looks like you're going way back up to large cash reserves, going up to 2033. Well, do some more rate studies, and then they'll really look like the good guys and say, we can cut our rates because we don't need as much cash. So instead of this, let's just take a bunch of money from people and actually hit them harder and harder and harder basically, this plan calls for every single year from now to eternity, it feels like. But, 10 and 5 and all that, make it drawn out over a smaller time frame and look at it every 4 years and say, what do we really have to be charging people? Okay, because people are going to have a hard time, and they're already, paying a lot more for the water now. And this particular study, in 5 years, my last 2 months' bills, they're going to be $80 more per month than they are right now. And a lot of people are going to be hit like that. A lot of people that aren't going to be paying that much more, but there's a lot of people that don't make anywhere near what I make, even on retirement, and it hits them percentage-wise. So it's significant, and I think alternative approaches need to be considered. Okay, far as considering this for any future adoption, I suggest that we have ad hoc committee meetings, not just let's have a rate study, let everybody lay out a rate study plan, have one meeting which is typical, everybody sits there and talks about it in one night's time, and then they vote on it. But we have a series of meetings leading up to that, some kind of ad hoc, or you could have full board meetings for that matter, or ad hoc committee meetings that the public gets to attend. They get to give their input. You get to get the alternative views outside of the five of you and your staff, and take your time going into any kind of rate increases that are being suggested in this plan, and not just have one meeting. That it's always felt like, I've been through a number of these, it's always felt like, well, the consultant got paid a whole bunch of money. He sat down and he laid the plan out, and I've never seen anything change. It's always been adopted as is in the one single meeting.
Yes.
And yet there's, you got 20 plus pages in this that people had to go through and try to digest the numbers.
Okay, I appreciate your comments. This is just a rate. This is not the final rate plan
Right.
that's going to go forward.
Yeah.
And that is handled in committee meetings by the finance committee, and there's plenty of opportunity
Good.
for you to see what's going on.
Now, as far as the thought that's going into, do we just charge the customers and we say, we got this much expense, we want to charge them enough to pay for all this? Just let me remind you, most people take out a loan to buy their house because they can't pay out the $300,000 for their house, so they take a 30-year loan, and they're happy to do that, and they're happy, well, okay, I paid $900,000 by the time the house is all paid off, whatever it works out to be. I looked up on a loan calculator, per $1 million at 4% interest over 30 years, you'll pay about $60,000 per year, I believe, if it gave me the right numbers. So instead of paying $100,000, a month to pay off the $1 million, you pay a whole lot less, you pay it longer. It's simple math, but it makes it affordable. It draws down that huge financial load into something that'll be a lot more palatable, and I'd seriously doubt if you're going to find a whole lot of people saying, oh, no, we're paying a bunch of interest, I don't want to do that. They're going to be going, I could afford to pay that. I can't afford to pay 50% more for my water. So I hope you'll consider that seriously. And the last one for consideration going into all this is I've been apprised that the 2020 general plan has not been finished and made available. So Without that, I would say even these kind of considerations that I'm talking about are premature, that needs to be done before any kind of rate increases even get considered.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Mr. Neal, I have a comment for you.
Quick though, the final draft is, the final report is available. I don't think it's on the website yet, but
We just got it this morning,
we'll
but
put it on the website.
according to Mr. Krieger, there were no changes made from the final draft, which is on the website. So by the end of the day today, the final will be on the website.
Wow, great timing.
Yeah, it now has a signature on it.
Mr. Neal, I appreciate your comments. Whoa. The only, I guess, two areas that I want to address are, I believe the Water District is very forthcoming on our rate studies and Prop 218, and we will never raise the rates without having a public hearing and letting people come in and address that. It will never be just a one meeting, yes, this is what we're doing, and I want you to know that. Secondly, I do know that you are very active on social media. I do have an issue with the employee wages. I mean, I want you to understand where the district's at, where I'm at as an employer, everybody that's an employer knows this. If we're not paying our employees, they're gonna change positions to chase more money, because that's what people want to do. If they can get an increase, they're gonna leave. But right now, the district, if we hire in somebody, they don't start at that higher rate. Right now, if we hire a district, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but if we hire somebody temporary to start, and then we want to train that person, and we want to send them to school and get them a treatment license, and then go to grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, we invest in that employee. And if that employee doesn't see that there's a future, that he's going to make more money than right now going to Walmart or to McDonald's and making $21 an hour and getting a $500 sign-on bonus, which is what they're offering. I mean, I just traveled and I seen signs all over, $24 to $25 an hour to start at fast food restaurants.
Wow.
Because of inflation. So we have to compensate our employees. Or we do lose them when we have lost them to the base, because the base has increased their wages. And if they're in the private sector in this town, you're gonna make a whole lot more money than you are on the base, or even at the water district right now. Because I couldn't hire somebody to work for me, and Chuck would agree, for less than $45 to $50 an hour right now. They're not even gonna come work for us.
Right.
We can't do it. I cannot put somebody in a tractor for less than $45 or $50 an hour.
Yeah, I know that.
They won't work. So we have to compensate our employees, adjustable to what is in other areas, and that's what we look at. We take other water districts that are comparable in size, and we take their structure, and that's what we base our employees' rates on. If you look at Transparency California, it's gonna give you what each person makes, but that also includes their benefits, everything. It's not
Right.
just an hourly rate. And we can't expect our employees not to get a raise, and it's there. I mean, the cost of living goes up each year, so that's where we're at. It's not that we want our employees to be richer, but we want them to get paid for the job they're doing and know that we can retain them, know that we invested our money and train them to do a job and not just leave. So that's my thought on it.
I'd like to underscore that. Thank you for that, Chuck. And we're not giving them a raise, we're helping them keep up
With
with the
cost.
cost of living.
Yeah.
And the base does have annual cost of livings and has for a long time, and so does the state. And we're not doing anything out of unusual. I think Mark has estimates here, maybe 8%, maybe less, maybe more. As we point out, CPI looks like it might be 10%.
Sure.
So we really don't know, but if we don't give them a cost of living increase, we're basically giving them a pay cut.
We're cutting their pay.
Right.
Correct.
Also on the base, right now, we do a lot of work over there.
Oh, yeah.
And we're having to pay our plumbers, our journeyman plumbers, $76 an hour.
Yeah, I know.
And that's
Prevailing
that's
wage.
from the government, the prevailing wage, Davis-Bacon wages. So labor is almost $60 an hour.
Yeah. Just curiosity, did anybody know what the last rate pay increase for the feds was last year? Was it 5% or
Yeah.
was it over 5?
It was 6.
Good, good. We got it. We got a good metric here.
CSRS retirement went up 6%.
Not the salary, yeah.
Right.
See,
I understand it's going to go up maybe more next year because of the CPI or whatever.
and that's kind of your metric in this valley is how much do the base employees get? Because they're reckoning 80% of the income in the valley, so, whatever.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
We have another person coming up.
One thing we can do is look at the criticality of each capital investment and see, does it have to be done today? Can it be done tomorrow, or maybe 6 months from now? I think when we were reviewing the plan that was just put together by Krieger and Stewart, we talked about, the timing of those things. And if what is in the current report was taking those exact times the way they were given, there are required things and there are nice to have things. And I think there is some potential for pushing a few of those projects out a year or 2 or 3. And what we need to do is to work with our engineer and find out which are the more important ones, fund them up front, and figure out, where we need to fund the next one.
And I had one other comment for Mr. Neal. I don't know if you heard us mention earlier, this report's going to be shelved, right? It's information for us right now. It's not, we're not going to implement this report as you just reviewed and observed. So it is information. The other 2 items on the agenda later talk about rate studies and the ad hoc committees and things that are you'll be hearing about soon. And the other piece I might want to point out on this debt servicing thing, Mark's, when asked the question about the debt service strategy he had, he pointed out that even if we were to debt service this entire investment strategy, the impact on the customer would be 8% instead of 10%. So it's not a huge savings, as you might expect for doing the debt service, according to Mr. Hildebrand. So, but remember, I agree, if a few percent, they start to add up, don't they?
Yeah.
But this is being shelved. This isn't a discussion today on this particular rates analysis. Okay.
May I make a comment on the employee wages? So just to try to help everyone rest a little easier, while the COLA, the cost of living allowance, is tied to the CPI, which is what this is all based on, we do an annual salary survey that Director Griffin was alluding to, in which we factor in, job duties and everything like that. If any of those salaries are found to be out of line by being too high, that salary is frozen until they're in line again. So we're not paying the employees out of line with the state of California and what other agencies are making.
All right, thank you. All right, it's now time for.
Well, just to add to
Okay.
that, and I think the board is aware, but just so the public knows, the MOU with the employee group, it states specifically that their salaries will be within 5% each way of the state, of the average, statewide average for that classification, adjusted for cost of living. So it's in the MOU.
Okay, all right. Anything else?
Well, I'm so glad the board addressed the employee issue, because I was waiting to hear something from you on that, and I agree with all of you. And I think the biggest thing that this district does that I appreciate is the relationship they have with the employees by doing those yearly studies, by staying within the 5%. And we all know why you do that. You got to keep the employees happy. You got to keep them here. You got to pay them properly to be here. And the water district is still considered one, believe it or not, except for the base, one of the better places to work in this community, because you treat the employees fairly. If you quit doing that, if you start saying, let's cut all this so we can save a 0.5% or 0.25%, you won't be where you are now. The other thing is about reserves. It seems like every time a rate study comes up, everybody talks about, oh my God, reserves are so big, to this and this. Well, we all know that you have a certain required amount of reserves to have for operations, and you have to be prudent in the reserves that you keep on hand, just for things we saw in the past, like earthquakes and disasters and equipment that comes apart. I want to keep in mind that this district is probably the most financially sound organization in this valley. You handle your money well, you spend it well, you're sound, your structure is strong. You always position yourself that if you do need to borrow money, you have a way to do it but you try to avoid it if possible. And also, you have the strongest infrastructure. I don't think that, to be honest with you, that the ratepayers can sit here and find an organization in this area that is financially sound and able to handle what you handle, including the infrastructure. So I truly appreciate that. So whenever this reserve thing comes up, it's every rate study. Let's use up all reserves to get it down to a bare minimum. You cannot do that. Do not do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments.
I
All
think
right,
he's right.
we're going to get ready to move on to the next item, but I want to say, of course, that this is, the rate study's coming up. It is not written in stone, and what we don't want to do is leave the water district in the red. I've seen stories of a number of districts that have spent more than they were getting in, and they ended up in receivership. That is not what we want to do. The water district is under pressure, just as well as the people in the valley. And nobody is excited about raising people's rates, but some increase is going to happen. And for the people involved in the rate study and the other directors, if you would like to adjust the general plan, you need to be prepared to identify the items that you want to postpone or cut out, and you need to be ready to stand up and accept the consequences if that doesn't go well. I'm not telling you don't do it. I'm just saying we need to be very careful and and consider what we need to do if we're going to try to spread these costs out. A strategy which I do not disagree with. All right. And I think all my other comments were already handled, so I will go ahead and move on then to A2, discussion of a possible finance ad hoc committee to work on a rate study. So I'd like to point out, before we get into that, that in fact, we have a committee that is responsible for dealing with this issue, and that's the Finance Committee. Rates, cost of service, budget, audit, and so forth. So Stan, this is an item that you had. Why would we already have a committee that handles this? What would be the overwhelming reason to add a second committee?
When I look at the number of items that we have not done, if you go back to my original comments that I handed out at the last board meeting, most of them refer to the rates and the allocation of the rates or the revenue. There's an awful lot of things that we haven't done. We've been working on this study now for 8 or 10 months. There's more to do than we have done. My feeling is there's not enough time for a committee that is meeting once a month to do the job and get it done by the November, say, timeframe so that we can implement it in January. We need to have a dedicated ad hoc group that is familiar with the budgeting process, that can work with the staff and the consultant, as well as our engineer. I think it's going to be critical that we pull Krieger and Stewart, Chuck, into it, so we have a much better idea of which capital improvements need to come first, which are second, and when they need to go. So, in my mind, what we need to do is go into a full court press and get this done, rather than say, oh yeah, finance committee, in an hour, there's no time to do the job right. We need to have a dedicated team that can meet 2 or 3 times a month if need be. We don't know how often. It's a function of what we run into, but I don't think the finance committee, quite frankly, can do it. It's up to it.
The finance committee isn't limited to 1 meeting a month. You can have special meetings. Any committee can have any number of meetings as long as you post them as special meetings. So it's not limited to 1 hour a month to discuss this.
That was going to be my question. Why, Stan, why could the finance committee that we have right now not have 2 or 3 meetings a month and work it out, sit down at a table, open to the public, and have a discussion? Because I agree with you, we need to work it out, because there's several things I would like to see. Instead of just one analysis, I would like to see different studies. I would like to see lower number of tiers, or a higher fixed rate, lower fixed rate, different analysis of how we would be affected. And I believe if we could work through that with an ad hoc committee and then take it to our consulting firm and, like you said, involve Chuck, because we need to know what projects are going to be done with staff, what is most important, what do we need to spend the money on. But I think our current ad hoc committee could do it. just as the ad hoc committee, or finance committee, sorry, without a new ad hoc committee.
We've got two retired people on the group, okay? That's me and Mel, all right? My feeling is that he and I could do a better job of focusing on the one item that needs to get done rather than focusing on everything that the finance committee does. I spent a long time putting together my comments on that report, and I want to make sure that they all get addressed one way or another, and they don't slip through the crack. So I think a dedicated team that can meet more than once a month, not to say that the finance committee couldn't, but I don't think that Chuck wants to meet 3 or 4 times a month. Of course, I don't either, but my feeling is that Mel and I, working with the staff, could do a better job of getting it done on time and covering the things that need to be covered.
Stan and I are in agreement on this topic. We have enough work already, right? We consume about a half an hour of the committee meeting just going over the stuff that we need to go over. So it didn't leave a whole lot of time left over to spend, unwrapping, the rate issues. We haven't worked out a schedule on this yet, but I guess that's part of the other action on your list next, right? Is, what would be the schedule for this? But I'm in total agreement that we need to have a more focused, more intense effort done and soon to get this behind us.
You're saying that you need to have more frequent meetings.
We need to have
The
more
particular
frequent
makeup of the board is not, of the committee is not, you're not saying there needs to be a particular set of directors on the committee.
I think the 2 board members that have passion for finances
That's what I would.
should be part of the ad hoc committee,
Right? So
and that's Stan and I.
so you don't think that Mr. Cordell, as a businessman, has the acumen
have-
necessary to participate?
I have no issue with Mr. Cordell being a part of the process, but I just don't know if his time, since
Well, you can
he's got a
schedule these,
job, right?
you can have extra meetings and schedule them for the evening,
Yeah.
or whatever is convenient for Director Cordell. Additionally, I don't know that meeting once a week is going to be helpful. You're going to come up with questions, and it's going to take time for the staff to answer those. So doubling the number of meetings might be more appropriate than daily meetings or weekly meetings.
I'm not getting my feelings hurt at all. I feel that Stan probably has more of a handle on finances, numbers, and I listen to Stan quite a bit. And I think that would be appropriate for Stan and Mel to go ahead and do the ad hoc committee. I can be involved also if need be, but
You cannot
You
be
can't be.
involved. It can only be 2 directors.
oh, 2 directors at a time. Okay, well, I think I'm in agreement with them as far as Mallory and Stan goes. That's my opinion.
I would like to make a comment. I agree, Mallory and Stan would obviously be the best. I would have 0 input because I'm not good at it. I agree, I don't think Chuck's very good at it. We both know that. So,
Agreed with that?
yeah, I do. But I do have an issue with just forming another ad hoc committee. So I don't know that we've ever done it, but could Chuck just switch committees and at midterm, and it's not a big issue? And then he go to another committee, and from this point on, mid-year, Stan and Director Boyd or the ad hoc committee or the committee for finance. I mean, they just switch it and make a change. It's nothing in our policy that says I don't think we can.
Is there anything in the policy that allows switching of committees in the mid-year?
I certainly didn't look at that issue before I came up here, but I would assume that you would have the ability and the flexibility to move positions around. When forming an ad hoc committee, remember that the members of the ad hoc committee cannot be committee members on the same committee. Otherwise, they would be meeting as a committee on the other issue. So they, if you had an ad hoc made up of the finance committee, and you use the same members for the ad hoc, every time they got together for an ad hoc committee, it'd be a Brown Act violation. So you have to separate them that way. I'm not sure how quick this is going to go. The other distinction between the standing committee and ad hoc committee is that the ad hoc committee is not subject to the Brown Act agenda requirements. So they're able to meet and talk amongst themselves. That's all. If I haven't answered your question.
Could you clarify what you just stated about? So are you telling me
Which part?
if we formed an ad hoc committee, Director Boyd and Director Rotora could go to dinner and discuss it?
Yes.
We could meet without pre-announcement to the public.
Yes.
And then you guys could brainstorm, okay.
And so what, and then you could still, I have no opinion one way or the other because it's not my decision. But if you did form the ad hoc committee, that would allow directors to meet convenience based on the need. And you could still have it as a standing agenda item on the financial committee.
Okay.
How
So-
about public participation, Jim, on an ad hoc?
Well, they're assuming there wouldn't be any because there's no agenda. It would be more like a staff meeting, Mallory.
So currently, not having it in front of me, are you and Director Boyd and Director Rotora on any other committee together?
I'm on no other committees.
You're on water management.
I'm
Groundwater
not on
authority?
any committees.
Okay.
You're on water management.
You're on,
Okay, but that's because I'm on the GA.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah, you're, okay.
It's bound to happen. It's bound to
Good
happen.
point.
Yeah.
Good point.
okay, then I would make a motion that Director Rotora and Director
Well-
Boyd form a committee, an ad hoc committee for rate study.
Second.
All right. Do we have any public questions or comments about that?
You okay with that, Jim? Back in time?
With what?
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'm fine with the formation of an ad hoc committee. Mallory and Stan, you're not on any other committee together, are you?
No, that's what I just asked.
Then I don't see any problem with it.
Cool. Okay, well, it's like you got a go for that. I want to be able to come to the meetings, and anybody else that wants to come to the meetings. I think the public needs to be in on this entire discussion. I like what was stated, that there doesn't necessarily have to be an agenda, so the discussions will be a little more open and free and, not tied to agenda item 1, 2, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They need to be in the evening. They need to be made available for the public to attend so that you can get the public's input.
I appreciate your comments. It's an ad hoc committee, though. You'll have to hold them responsible because they're not under any obligation. Do you have any other comments?
Besides for transparency, I don't see a lot of reason for it, but I understand if you want to do it for transparency reasons. I do believe everything is covered in Finance Committee. You can probably do it more often than Finance Committee while you're doing this. However, I want to be aware of two things. One, if you're just going to duplicate the work that you've already hired a consultant for and your staff is already working on, then you're wasting your time. And if you're going to get into analysis paralysis and everything that comes out of the consultant and the staff is going to be questioned, and I mean, I understand transparency and getting things straight, but I think that's something you can probably do without the committee. But if you have it, of course, I would support it. I think that it's typically a lot of committees meet, and you have consultants you're paying well for, you have staff you're paying, and they're doing the work that the committee is doing. And if you're addressing things that you don't feel they're addressing, your consultant and the staff, then it's just your responsibility to let them know that and get it in the system, just like you're doing now, Stan. So for transparency reasons, fine, but for any other reason, I think that you have the consultant, you have the staff, and I think they do a darn good job. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I do not agree with forming an ad hoc committee. I think the financial committee as it stands right now can handle this requirement. And Stan has been able to provide input in detail, page after page, so I think his concerns would be addressed. It's just a matter of having the current finance committee meet more often, and that would be an announced meeting, which would make it into the press, and people would have an opportunity to know in advance when the meetings were taking place so that they could participate. So I oppose putting together an ad hoc committee.
My opinion's different than yours only because at our June meeting, we heard the same presentation from Mr. Hillebrand. We, at that meeting, stated that we were not for that, and then we got the same presentation again today with nothing changed. And so we expressed our,
For what, Chuck?
for the 5%, or the
Just
the
wait a
rate
minute.
increases.
This is not
What
setting,
you
a-
heard today was the report based on that presentation. It wasn't a regurgitation. It was an intent, the scope that he had was to produce the final report based on his findings. That's what he did. That's what he presented today. You receive and file it. There was no new information anticipated to come out of this. It was just, you saw a PowerPoint at the last meeting, and this was the final report based on that PowerPoint. So I just agree with your comment about you're expecting something different
Well,
today.
in my opinion was that at the last meeting, we said, I mean, I think everybody agreed that we did not want to move forward with that. We appreciated it. There wasn't even any comment when it was done.
when you say move forward, it
Just-
sounds as if you think the water district, that is going to be the rate increase
No,
that our
no,
consultant makes. Well, then,
No,
what is it we're not moving forward with?
We had tabled that, as, in my opinion, at that meeting. We said, thank you for giving us the report. That was not what we wanted. I believe that's what Director Ratora said also.
What was not what we wanted, the report?
No, that we had asked for a rate study, and what we got was, the report that we got and heard at the June meeting was not what any of us expected.
No, he gave us a rate study.
If I may just try to clarify this, Mr. Hildebrand, Mark was hired to do this 10-year, I'm going to call it a financial analysis for purpose of this. Part of the scope of the work was that he would complete a final report. So he wasn't moving forward. The presentation was telling you last month, this is what the final report's going to look like. And so all he did was complete his contract with the district by preparing this report here, Chuck. Everybody heard what the board said, but it was still part of the scope. You'd already paid for it. And so that's why it was prepared, and because it is an informational item.
It's just a tool for planning. It's not obligating the water district to do anything.
I understand that fully, but that is my only thought for wanting to look at an ad hoc committee or the finance committee working deeper. I'm not, like I said, I wasn't an objection with it. I just feel that Director Boyd and Director Ratora would be better at it than me or Chuck Cordell being on that committee. So that's why I said I would recommend the ad hoc committee if it would be those two. We couldn't switch committees. But I don't know how to say this politely, but I feel we wasted now an hour and 20 minutes of our time on a report that we did last month that nobody was interested. And now we're an hour and 20 minutes into a board workshop for something that was completely irrelevant. It generated stir on the
It's
public
not irrelevant.
Facebook.
It's a planning element.
Okay.
Right.
I disagree.
You disagree that it's a planning element?
No.
Excuse me, let me say, I think, in getting back to Jim's comment, is that some of the board members had a different impression of what we were asking Mark to do. And what we got was not what we thought we were going to get. Now, he probably did exactly what he was asked to do. That's not the issue.
Fair enough. I understand what you're saying.
If I may, this is Mark Hildebrand. I just want to clarify the difference in the scopes because I feel like there's a disconnect. What I did do was a financial plan, a planning document that could have raised rates as a blanket percentage across all rates, would have been percent increase to rates to meet financial needs. The scope of work that was not performed that I think some board members were expecting was a cost of service analysis, which would have potentially changed the rate structure. So it would have looked at the tiered rates. It would have looked fixed versus variable. All those things was not part of my scope. And I think that's the scope that some board members were hoping to see.
Yeah, COSA was one of the items that we noticed, but there was also no discussion about the state assembly bills that are coming down the line, which are going to affect the water usages, and we predict revenue decreases in the future. There's other elements that Stan has mentioned in his previous role in the financial committee. I think sometime like this last year, you were talking about these issues, and they didn't get reflected in the plan. Those were some other items I think we were both looking for in this. But I recognize this as a financial plan, as you stated, as you entitled it. It's not a rate study. It's a financial plan, and it is on the shelf. So it's information.
And I agree with that. But my opinion is that we have a finance employee that gives us the same report every month that we got right here. There's nothing different that Ty does not do for us that we get than what we got provided. If you go through and look at even our workshop sheets show everything that we're on there continually. It's just a repeating process. So that was my thought. We did not. Why did we even waste an hour and a half today?
I didn't waste an hour and a half. Clearly, this topic generates some interest by the board and the public. I don't think that our financial manager provides the financial plan on a monthly basis. I think that's inaccurate. And I don't think that Mr. Hildebrand has fallen short because certain board members didn't understand what exactly he was doing. Perhaps they should have gotten some clarification after the last board meeting so that they could understand that. But the question at hand isn't whether we like the report or we think we're getting it too often. The question at hand is, do we have an ad hoc committee, which does not have to advertise their committee meetings and can meet at dinner without public notice to deal with these issues? I don't think that's very transparent. I don't approve of that idea.
Motion on the floor in a second.
Yeah, and we're having discussion, Stan.
Well, I have one thing to say about it. There's no feelings or anything involved in this whatsoever. I just feel that Stan and Mel have an advantage over me as far as number crunching goes. And it would be better for the district for them to just join up and the finance committee together. They can still have as many meetings as they want. The only problem is they have to be, notified. The public does. But I think combine them and do it. I don't think we need any more discussion.
Are you proposing that you guys switch committees?
I have no problem with switching committees or staying on the one that I have. It doesn't matter.
Jim made a comment that I'd like clarification on. He said, I don't know how long this would take. So were you talking about how long it would take to switch a committee when you made that comment, or something different than that?
I forgot the comment. However, if you're going to switch committees, I would at least, there may be a process, a procedure that's involved because they are standing committees. I would like the opportunity to just go ahead and take a look at that. I can provide an email to the board and we can make a final decision on this on August 8th.
Yeah, we have a board meeting coming up shortly.
Correct. And then I would have the opportunity to look and provide you with the options and what process you would have to follow for each option. There's probably going to be one or two, but I'd like to take a look at it if that's all right.
So could I withdraw my motion pending notification of the August 8th board meeting?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Okay, that's what I'd like to do.
I'd be far more comfortable with switching board positions on committees and having them published and
That was
regular
my only
schedule.
reason, because I heard Jim say this could take a while. So
Okay.
that's why I was curious.
All right, good.
That's why I made the other motion.
So the motion is withdrawn. Do we have any other motions? All right, hearing none, then if you could please, Mr. Worth, let us know. Item 3, progress report on recycled water study. Stan.
Actually, I was hoping that our engineer would tell us what he is doing with regard to the groundwater authority. I thought I'd try to make that clear in the
I'm just
agenda
reading the
item.
agenda. Thank you.
The latest thing that happened was Section 5, I believe it was provided by Stetson Engineering, and it summarized the approach of eliminating options that, for various reasons, became apparent that it wasn't a reasonable pursuit. The next step that was going to happen was the technical group was going to be meeting with the Regional Water Quality Control Board to talk about the process of testing, implementing recycled water recharge in the valley. That meeting, to my knowledge, has not been scheduled yet, and I don't think, I've not been in receipt of any other documents or correspondence since we had the Section 5. Not a lot to report.
Okay, and of course, and that is part of my concern is that the public has gotten no information out of the GA. I think there's been maybe some sharing of portions of that report with the Technical Advisory Committee. I'm not 100% sure of that.
Well, we've received, our office, on behalf of the district, has received and reviewed the sections 1 through 5.
Right, but you're part of the technical working group, not the TAC, right?
No, I'm not on the TAC.
Right, we've got an agreement to work with the GA.
Right.
Through a technical working group that is not necessarily affiliated at all with the TAC.
We are working with the Stetson folks on, vetting the recycled water recharge program.
Right. Have you gotten any information about when any of the information that has been going on is going to be shared with either the TAC or the public?
Director Ratora, I thought that Stetson had submitted the sections of the recycled water to the TAC. Is that not right, Dawn? Judging by the look on your face, I suspect I'm incorrect. So
I'm not aware of anything that's being
when
sent.
they've sent those out, and what would be the distribution list for? You got me a little bit on my heels here, Stan.
If you're
Because
talking about the GA TAC, that's just down to Don Decker essentially, and I think there's a representative from the Navy.
That's right.
I guess my point is I thought that after we'd looked at some of these sections, that the completed sections, the revised sections, were distributed to. There's a distribution list beyond just Krieger, Stewart, and Stetson.
There could be, but I'm not on that distribution.
Okay, then I suspect I'm misremembering. So if that's the case, it doesn't seem that has been distributed outside of the technical working group.
Okay, so our staff also, that is our engineer and our operating manager, our general manager do not have any of that information? Is that what I'm understanding?
Stan, I think the information that we have is that, they've completed the report. And in terms of where that report is, in terms of the TAC or anything like that, my first response would be I'd go back and look at Stetson's last report provided to the GA. He provides a report, on the recycled water. Whatever that says is what we know.
Okay, well, basically, when Stetson reports on the recycled water, they say, we completed section 4, we completed section 5. We gave it to the working group. We have no idea. I'm on the board, as you know. I have no idea what's in any of that report. Honestly, I have, the reporting to the GA is, again, we completed section 3. We report 4, 5. But at some point in time, we, the water district, not just our consultant, need to know and understand what is going on in the recycled water arena.
We'll provide we'll have a better status report for the board at the August 8th board meeting on that issue.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is that the end of the report, Stan? Okay, public comment?
Great report, Chuck.
So let me just get a refresh on what I think I just heard.
Could you, I know it's a procedure, but could you state your name, please?
Mike Neal.
Thank you, Mike.
By the way, I don't have to do that, but I will. So at the GA board meetings, Stetson has basically not said anything about the recyclable water study or the results. Is that what I basically just heard?
There is no technical information given out at the GA meeting. The briefings are strictly scheduling, administrative, if you were.
Okay, so I thought that I heard them say that we'd looked at it And we decided that dumping the water into a deep injection well was the way to go. Was I wrong in imagining that?
That is correct.
So they did say that at some
Yes.
point.
Yes, and that's what we told them 2 years ago.
Yeah, you beat me to the punch. Yeah, exactly. So we paid.
I'm sorry, I take that back so you could do
Okay,
that.
good. We paid for a study, competent engineers. I don't know about the GA guy anymore, but said, well, this is the way we need to do it. And then GA went and wasted, who knows how much of our money. I'm going to see if I can find out how much time and consultant money they paid on doing this to say, oh, well, we're going to look at this one option that was, a high school kid could have told you not to do it that way. And finally, oh, gee, I guess water district's right. We're going to do a deep injection well. So, here we are circled back around in the midst of this arm wrestling match over the, recycled water between the GA's machinations and the water district. We could have been heading down the road in a knowledgeable way 2 years ago. But of course, that didn't happen.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Ron Kosinski, retired. The thing that stands out most about this little conversation is how little a board director on the GA knows. To be kept in the dark, whatever reason it may be. I don't know if you're out trying to ask questions up there, you probably are. I've watched a few of them, and you get shut down a lot of things. It just absolutely shocks me that you can't report to this board exactly where we are. Mike Neal's the one that brought up the fact they decided on a deep injection well, which we knew over 2 years ago. So it's, throwing some money after some things. That's what comes out of this whole conversation, how little this board and this district knows about what's going on with something that's going to affect you guys about more than any other project. And the other question I have is the money that that was for the city's plant, sewage treatment plant, was it one and a half or $2.5 million that came from the state that Vince helped get them? Mm-hmm. Is that money for recycling, or is that money for building the plant?
That is not the recycling plant, that is the actual sewer plant.
So what happened with the millions and millions, and you've been on top of this for years, that they've been collecting in anticipation of putting a new plant in? Mm-hmm. So this little how much was 1.5 or 2.5?
It was, they asked for 5.
Yeah.
And they got 2, well, in the final budget, and they don't actually have the money yet, but in the final budget, my understanding is the line item is for 2.5 million.
So that augments the money they've been collecting from this valley for 20, 25 years for a new plant?
No, they increased the rate from $30 a month to $360 a month 11 years ago.
So I guess what I'm asking is, what happened to the pool of money that they had for the new plant?
Oh, they still, they have, if you look at their budget, their annual comprehensive audit, I think they have around 35 or more million dollars saved up.
I got a couple million, yeah.
That was the money that was supposed to be used to repay the loan they were going to take out in 2015. So it could be completed by 2018 or 19.
Okay.
Something
I don't
like
want to
that.
rehash the city. I just want to know where the
that's-
money they got is going. So it's going to building the new plant, not to enhance it for recycled water. It's going into the new plant, that new plant. That's as I understand.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Okay.
I think what the line item says,
Yeah.
yes.
Is that a true statement? That's what I thought. So it's not going to the deep injection well or the whole plant for anything else. All right, that's what I needed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments and questions. Are there any other public comments? All right.
Could you clarify the monthly sewer fee?
The sewer fee back in 2011 was, I'm sorry, it was $10 a month, $120 a year. And they raised it to $30 a month or $360. I don't remember what I said, but those are the real numbers.
Yeah, I don't remember there many pitchforks and torches when they raised the rates, because that certainly would have brought everybody out. Okay, cool.
In the mid-'80s, we started having to pay a sewer fee, I think of $4,300 per house hookup. And we questioned that about the end of the 5th year, and they did not have a special account for it. And it went into the general fund. Therefore, it didn't get to go towards the sewer project.
Yeah, well, they were also caught with their hand in the till, something over $4 million in lieu of income fee of some sort that they then took out a loan and they're paying back. The city, I believe, owes the wastewater fund about $6 million.
So they're borrowing from the wastewater fund to pay for city
They're
operations.
borrowing from a
Okay.
Prop 218 fund now
Huh.
for that number of years.
Okay.
If they hadn't been borrowing from it, what would the total have been? Do you have a rough feel for that?
Oh, most of that was actually before.
Before the rate increase?
This change into 11. But I mean, there should be another $6 million in that fund.
Which
And
total to what?
but the loan is still on the books. They haven't taken it off the books. They just aren't, well, they're paying part of it back and they're paying the other part back on a 30-year loan at 0.5% interest.
Okay, just to be clear, they borrowed money from themselves, is that right?
Pardon?
They borrowed money from themselves, basically.
Well, from an enterprise
in
fund.
an accounting technique?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, very good. Any other questions or comments? Then let's move on to item 4, board discussion of potential strategic planning effort. Mr. Director Boyd.
So thanks for putting this on the agenda. I apologize for not noticing it was on the agenda until Friday last week. But I had recommended that we perhaps get in, I'm not sure where we would do this. We could do updates during the normal board meetings or set aside a special group. But a few things had been bothering me, and it was the uncertainty in our future. You know, there's a number of things that are coming down the pike. We keep hearing, this might be this, might be that. We don't know what the adjudication output or results are going to be. We don't know what the total details and clarity on what the recycled water is going to be, what our portion of that in terms of bill are going to be. We know the GA is out trying to secure a Title A water with a bond. You know, what's the residual impact on our customer base when they do that? All these kinds of things are floating around. And then we see a proposal or a plan that talks about a pretty intensive capital investment strategy over the next 10 years, all of which, when you threw them all together, just made my head spin thinking about where are we going to get all this money. And so I thought that maybe it would be time to take a pause, a brief pause, and consider a strategic planning exercise where we look at multiple potential future scenarios, and plausible scenarios, not crazy ones. You can go crazy as well, but 2 to 3, maybe 4 plausible future scenarios based on our best guesses where we think things are going to go, and then dissect those and to see what the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are to the water district under the assumption that that future scenario were to pan out, and then look at that assessment of threats, strengths, opportunities, and weaknesses to see where we might more intelligently apply our resources to prepare ourselves for as many of those future scenarios as we can. Because it's hard to predict which one's going to be real, but if we find that there's opportunities to make progress, positive progress in any of those specific scenarios, it would be money ahead, in my mind. We've done a few of these on base. I participated in one about 15 years ago, which was a lot more intensive than I think our implementation here would be, because the business is more defined. The threats and opportunities are pretty well known. I don't think there's any left field issues. So anyway, so I thought I'd bring that to the board during the workshop. I'm willing to spend some groundwork and present this in a more cohesive way for your consideration, maybe a white paper or two that could be presented either to the next board meeting or the following board meeting. But it occurs to me after we had the discussion about the rate study coming up, that these two things might be interconnected. You know, there's, again, understanding, you know, where do we really need to put our money? When do we need to put it? Not to discount Mr. Krieger's comments that we'll be seeking about what's the best investment on the capital, you know, which one has to be done first. I'm assuming it's Springer. But you know, we got a whole bunch of other projects that are out there. When do they need to be done and when can they be done?
This sounds like a finance committee activity.
It ultimately does come back to investment decisions. This influences investment decisions. It could also impact board decisions about which way to go on other things, which typically ultimately would impact finances, but might be, think about land purchases or other things to offset potential water augmentation ideas.
You didn't mention El Paso in your.
So El Paso would be.
That would be another opportunity, potential.
Absolutely, and it's something that's out there, right? We're looking at it, we're studying it. There's going to be, if the results come back, it looks like, hey, that's a potential area for us to mine water. And the reports we get from Mr. Parker indicate that, you know, it's viable and we can, so how are we going to pay for it? Because we know that's going to be expensive as well. If we've got all our money tied up doing the current capital investments, you know, how do we do something like that? Right? It's even exploratory wells might exceed our budget capacities. So any event, this is kind of my thinking. It puts a little bit more structure. It potentially, if it's done correctly, puts a little bit more structure, a defendable structure that we can sit down and we can all agree to or disagree. But when we do disagree, we know what we're disagreeing about. And it's not just a casual, this is not to mean this is just casual discussion, but it's fairly casual, right? I mean, we're talking. We're not really sitting down and mulling over details and things that this might open up for us to be able to review.
It could impact reserves as well.
It could impact the reserves, the amount of reserves. You know, yes, absolutely.
I understand where you're coming from. And I guess I would have liked to seen today be more a little bit like that. I know the past workshops, we had tables set out and we all sat at a table across from each other and we actually had a plan, a strategic plan. And that's how I would like to see it move forward from here. I don't want to get to the point where we're micromanaging, though. I don't believe it's our job as directors to say, here's the projects we want. I think it's staff's job and our engineer's job to say, this is what's coming up, this is what's critical, this is what needs to be done. Do you guys want to finance it? Do you want to put it, as Hillebrand said, in a rate study? But I believe that's what our cost of service study, that, as the president said, it's part of the finance committee when go for the rate study and the cost of service, because then we know what projects we're going to be working on, how we have to implement those costs. But I do think and agree with you that it would be better to sit down and say, here's our list, like today, because it seems like another board meeting to me today. It doesn't seem like a workshop. You know, a workshop to me is we're sitting down, we're looking at projects, we've got a detailed plan, this is where we want to move forward from, this is what we need to get done. How do we do this, Mr. Krieger? So
just to clarify, so I understand, you're saying that the strategic planning is a good idea.
Yes.
Which we agree.
Yes.
And you're thinking that it's actually the purview of the finance committee as it is composed after the next board meeting.
Yes, with recommendations from staff.
Rather than have new all-up board meetings and workshops. Yes. Okay, all right, thank you.
And since I'm on the finance committee, I guess that gives me an opportunity to engage the staff and in additional areas, including the rate study that we'll be encompassing.
Any other
Ask
comments?
as many questions as you can during the rate study.
Don?
So just to be clear, is there an action then for Director Boyd to put together a white?
Not
paper?
yet. It's coming.
Okay.
I've been doing a lot of reading, so, but if
He
there's
has
no
a
charge.
He has a list, he just has to disseminate it.
And I'll share what I understand about the process now. And it was quite eye-opening the first time I went through, and I didn't lead the process, I was a participant, so it would be an error for me to suggest I'd be a good leader on this particular project, but I might be the only one who understands the way it's been done in the past, so, but in any event, not knowing the future, but having a tool to actually consider a number of different potential futures and see how can you manage that is pretty powerful.
And we all like a volunteer. Mel.
Absolutely.
So we're not going to call it a poem, though.
There's no
Schedule.
reason to use foul language, Chuck.
Maybe plan and schedule.
Okay, do we have any public comment? I see we have someone. All right.
Because you're retired.
Yeah. I don't need to hear that manager stuff. That's so boring, you know? Ron Kosinski, first of all, Mel, I truly appreciate that. You're a man after my own heart. I always try to, whenever kind of projects I was involved with or anything, is try to look what the future will look like. Is this going to affect this? And if it does, how can I make it easier on us? It needs to be done. And I would say most of it revolves around how the GA is affecting this board, as well as how the state is affecting this board with the rules and regulations come out of state. So with that, I'll go down a few items that people just don't know, and they're not going to get out of the GA, no matter how many times Stan asks it, or I asked it when I was there. Number one is the cost of the Title A water. What truly is that bottom line cost? You know, number one is this isn't getting it here, this is just owning it. You know, you pay for it, you pay maintenance fees for it. Then if you get whatever the state allocates, you pay for that as well. So no one will come out and say, what is the bottom line cost of this community to have that 750 acre feet? Number two, pumping fee. I always understood that once the pumping fee was there to pay for the development of the plan, that the pumping fee was done. Is it here forever now? And well, the increase, you guys need to know that. Replenishment fee. Is replenishment fee truly going to be gone in another year and a half or 3 years? I'm sorry, three and a half years, 3 years with the district? Or is the replenishment fee here forever? What's going on with that? That affects your long-range plans, obviously, for what's going to happen. The pipeline project, AVEC. You know, what is that truly going to do? Because don't forget, the water they're buying is just the water they're buying. Now they got to get it here. How does that truly affect your ratepayers? Who's going to operate it? Is the water district going to be expected to operate if it ever goes in? Will it take 40 years before you get through all the legal arguments with all the desert this and animal this before you get through? What's going to happen? What's the potential for it to happen? So yes, I know, Mel, that you're going to have to pull out your crystal ball, and you're also going to have to depend on the people that can lead you to the right conclusion. And I'm afraid to say that most of the ones I brought up with is people involved with the GA, and Stan doesn't get those answers, so I'm not sure where you're going to get them. But I think those important things, because I, as the public, would like to know, oh, great, the city's over there taunting, we're getting 750 acre feet and blah, blah, blah. What is the bottom line cost, and who's paying for it? I'd like to see it, if you remember back when they were proposing these items, is that, and Scott O'Neill was on board with as well, is that we would sit down and take some time, put a committee together, look at all the potential projects, what it's going to cost, and what it's going to be bottom line cost per month per ratepayer or per whoever's paying it. That's essentially what you're looking at. You're looking at something that was proposed over 2 years ago. So I think you're going to get a lot of pushback on it, but I think our ratepayers deserve to know. And I think the city needs to understand that these citizens that they're protecting from you guys are also the ratepayers. And you both should be on the same page. So I wish you luck, and I'll help any way I can. I got the time. If you want to sit down and talk about it sometime and where you need to head and how you need to present it, but I think it's truly an important thing because it's going to present to the public what the bottom line costs are going to be and how it affects the water district. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Are there any other public comments? Right, anything else on the board?
Yeah, may I address Mr.
Yes, of
Kuzinski?
course.
Thank you for that, Ron. Yeah, one thing that occurred to me as I was thinking through this was, what are the degrees of freedom that we have as a water district now, knowing that, we have a GA and city interests in some of the same issues that we're worried about. So it may be that part of the strategic thinking is what do we do independent of those? You know, what are the things that we can do regardless of what they do that we still need to worry about, like the Springer valve, right? So there's those things. And I think Krieger and Stewart done a good job of identifying a lot of those, but helping figure out how we're going to pay for those now is, you know, could be one piece or subset of the ultimate strategic planning effort. How big we get and how effective it will be as a tool, totally agree with you. The information is essential. We've got some ideas. I mean, we've done some head scratching on this real cost of water, Title A stuff over the past year, but we don't have anything directly from the GA. So but there are some hidden elements that aren't being talked about that we are aware of that perhaps if we give more pointed questions, they may be put in a box where they have to answer some of that. So anyway, thank you for the comments and encouragement. And when I get to the hard things, I'll give you a call.
Okay, right. So just a couple of other items for your strategic planning. As essentially the only organization funding the Groundwater Authority, we are responsible for virtually all of the costs that they're incurring. If they get more lawsuits, we're going to wind up having to pay for their lawsuits. Reallocation of water allotment. There was some discussion by county staff of changing the water district's water allotment, lowering it so that ultimately the Groundwater Authority would cut our allotment, and that would maintain the current rates at which we are paying. Go ahead, Jim.
We're still talking about that. I don't know. There's an issue there, but I'm not sure how far the discussion's gone outside of staff.
Right.
So
Okay, so that is just as a side note, the water district is pumping less water than anticipated because the cost of the replenishment fee is affecting people and they're using less water. And I note with great interest that the county does not have to pay for their pumping, that the city does not have to pay for their pumping. None of the counties do. And I think that if they're going to revisit the allocations, they need to consider that the counties have to have some skin in the game as well as the city does. If they build the pipeline and they do acquire water, is the Groundwater Authority going to have the ability to force the water district to buy the water off of them? Because it's going to cost north of $12,000 an acre foot. And that is 6 times what we're paying in replenishment fee right now. So that is a serious consideration. And finally, there's a law being considered at the state level that would allow the groundwater sustainment agencies to have final approval of new wells and there's this disturbing phrase, modification of existing wells. So if I interpret that correctly, our recent well repairs would have had to go through the Groundwater Authority in order to get permission to do that. Jim, do you have any insight on that?
if you're talking about the order, the executive order,
No, not the executive order. I know that expires when the executive order expires, but there's a discussion of changing I think it's CEQA to allow groundwater authorities to have that power on a permanent basis.
I haven't seen that. The only thing that I'm aware of is the new regs coming out of the executive order, which don't apply to the water district. It would not surprise me at some point if Sigma allows the GSAs to get further involved with the well permitting process, but that's all I'm aware of right now.
All right, thank you. So let me tie that back to something I said earlier. If the GA is allowed to say you can't drill a well because there's not enough water, they have effectively made the property in question worthless. And that could be considered taking under the United States Constitution. And that will involve a number of lawsuits. And that is an expense that we need to take into consideration. When you look at the position of the water district with regard to the Groundwater Authority and its influence or lack of influence therein, I think we're going to find that we're in a difficult situation. Okay. Any other comments?
Well, I think part of our problem from day one on the GA has been we are the only major pumper on the GA. Everybody else is using OPM, that is other people's money. And it makes a big difference what you vote for or don't vote for when you're voting to use someone else's money. One additional aspect of what you just mentioned is the city doesn't pay for their water, but even the earliest documentation says the Navy was going to allow entities to use their excess allocation for residential purposes. The city does not use their pumping for residential purposes. It is for primarily landscaping, I believe. So there are a number of things that we need to get our ducks in line on should they actually move to change our allocation, which as far as I'm concerned was fixed by the Prop 218.
Okay, but we're starting to get away from the board agenda items. There's no reference. I understand everything we deal with involves the GA at some level, but I think we're starting to get away from it, that's all.
Well, the GA, I appreciate your comment, but the actions of the GA do fold into the strategic planning for the district.
I know, but then we're getting into allocation specific issues.
That's all. I understand
Very good.
your discomfort of speaking of that topic, but
That's all I have to say.
all right, then we'll bring that. I hate to see our legal representative become nervous, so we'll press on with our. I can tell. So let's go ahead then and table this and move on to item 7B. So before we do that, do we have a request to have a brief bio break? Motion. Okay. So let's take about, what is it now? It's, okay, so let's reconvene at 5 minutes after 11, please.
I know, that's what I was thinking, that's why I asked, are we gonna keep moving, or, because I gotta go. Oh, I know. But not in the private sector. The contractors got more than that. Yeah.
Hello, Tim.
Hello.
All right, very good. So I take it Mr. Hillebrand has left? Okay, good. Otherwise, I was going to say if you wanted to go, he could go. All right, let's bring the meeting back to order, 11:05. Item 7, Bravo, General Manager Goals and Priorities. Don.
Okay, so with this 4 font, I need to put my glasses on. Going through conservation first. Our first goal was achieving the 20% reduction based on the director's adoption of a 20% target back in June of 2013. 2016, I'm sorry, comparing to 2013, the baseline year. So as you know, because you get updated every month, on the strength of about 2 or 3 back-to-back months of over 30%, we've now risen up to 23% as a cumulative conservation rate, so we are meeting that goal. The next one, stay engaged with Aqua and the State Water Resources Control Board as the indoor and outdoor components of the district's conservation targets are considered and adopted by the State Water Resources Control Board. Water management, I'm updating or providing updates on this at water management, and there hasn't been any available information on the specific targets. It was expected we'd have something by the end of July for outdoor. I haven't seen anything. I did, as I mentioned at the last board meeting, have an opportunity on the Leadership to Leadership webinar with Aqua Leadership to ask if they could provide any information, any updates, and I haven't heard anything from them. We are participating, as it says here, in the Aqua Coalition that's monitoring SB 1157. And of course, that's the legislation that proposes to change the targets that were originally established by SB 606. And Aqua's current position is opposed as amended. And I have been forwarding you the letters that Aqua has put together to express their position to the various hearings that are taking place. So again, no update on that, but Aqua is monitoring it. We're part of that coalition, so any information I'll bring to the Water Management Group. Explore opportunities for additional grant funding available to support an effective conservation program, and we've looked at things such as smart timers, evaporative cooler replacement, et cetera. Current focus is looking for funding on turf replacement. We had a turf replacement program, as you'll recall, a few years back with funding from through the Inyomono IRWIMP group. We had $300,000 in a grant, and we provided $60,000 in seed monies for a total of $360,000. The program had limited success. We ended up returning about $100,000 in grant money back to the state when it expired. But I believe we're in a different situation now than we were when we had that Catch for Grass program prior. With the GA fees now in place, the new drought that we're experiencing, the legislation from directions from the state board in terms of irrigation and turf management, I would expect there'd be more incentive for people to consider replacing existing turf. So I think that's something we can continue to look at. I have to say, I did look at one website for grant funding, and they sure don't make it easy to apply for a grant. I'm still trying to find my way through the wormholes to how we can, there is a grant that looks like that's available, but the application process is, in my opinion, convoluted. I'm still trying to work my way through it. So we'll continue to look at that. And if there's any opportunities, I know Ty and I both are looking for grant opportunities for any sort of rebate program. So we're continuing to look at that. Next item should be capital improvements.
Yes.
Renee?
I also have to get my glasses on to read this. Very small. Okay, so the first one on there for mainline construction projects, we've had to put some things on hold due to the budget. We were doing some in-house mainline replacements, and we've delayed those just because we've had to move other things up. Hopefully, we can get back to those this winter. The bulk station number 2, ADA compliance, that's been all completed as of June. The ongoing projects, as you are aware of, are the booster station replacement and the new tanks. The booster station contract completion date is, at this point, May of 2023. And for the tanks is February of 2024. And those are going on schedule right now. We've got booster cans going in and our first tank going up. And then on to finance, unless there's any questions.
Going through the finance goals, the first one being the implementation of GASB 87, which has to do with how we account for leases. That is currently in progress through the year-end process for fiscal year 2022. So it's being implemented right now. The small meter modernization, if you remember, we have quite a few meters that are past their useful life in the system. So we're replacing the meter bases. We're into Route 16 right now. As you see, we have 1,629 meters replaced to date. I think there's a few more than that. This last week, I believe they did 20. So we're making progress on that week by week. Third goal is the migration of Springbrook to the cloud. That is currently in progress. We had a kind of a kickoff call last week as they finished some of their back-end work that they needed to do. So we've got a calendar with the specific milestones that we're working on. We hope to have this completed by the end of the calendar year. And what that does is migrate Springbrook off locally into the cloud so that we can repurpose that server internally, and then Springbrook provides all the updates, whether it be for the version number as well as any other fixes on their end, and we don't have to worry about it. And backup, yes, they do backup as well, so that was a big reason. Number 4 is develop the unclaimed check policy. That's kind of sitting on the back burner as it's not a priority. It's something we need to get done, but isn't essential to do right now. Number 5, the vehicle.
You say that one is ready for the attorney to review?
Yes.
I say throw it at him.
We could throw it at him. We've got quite a few things we've thrown at him.
Well.
So.
Then I'd say rent a skip loader and take it right to his desk.
We'll send another one to him. Review the vehicle replacement policy and plan. That one hasn't been started yet, as I'm waiting. Our warehouse administrator is the one that kind of oversees the vehicles, and he just hit his 6 months in that position, so I was letting him get his feet under him. So that'll start taking place now. No, it's an older policy. We just want to make sure we're using the best process in place to evaluate which vehicles need to be replaced and when.
Okay, thank you.
And the 6th one is the capital project budgeting process and forms. Every year when we do the budget, of course, we do the capital improvement plan as well. We just need to put together some forms for when we budget for a project that we are capturing all the costs, not just the construction costs, but make sure we're catching internal staff costs as well as engineering costs and all environmental and all that, so that we have a real good solid number when we do the capital project plan. Okay.
Good as we can. All right, on to engineering. Number 1 there is for temporary pavement replacement. As you know, last month you just accepted the work completed by Eric Onstock Construction, and we're planning to go out to bid again real soon. I've been going around and taking a look at the completed patches. We had a list that originally went out, and I want to double check and make sure the items that were on the list have been done. Plus, I know OnStock completed some additional patches while they were out in certain areas. If they saw them, they did them, even if it wasn't on the list. So I just want to make sure we have everything verified so that when we run a new list, it's as accurate as possible, so when we go out to bid again. The land endowment, I'm kind of at a crossroads with the state on this thing. Been having trouble getting a straight answer out of them. It's kind of gone up the ladder, and the last person said they were going to provide me some guidance, and they have not. And I sent them another email a couple weeks ago, highlighting in their last email where they said they were going to promise me certain things, and I still have not heard back. But it doesn't sound like it is something they really do anymore, where you establish a bank or, an endowment of land and then pull from it. It seems to be project specific now, but it's still, I haven't gotten a clear answer. Luckily, we aren't in a huge hurry for that. We still have land in our current endowment that we can still pull from. But as things go forward and we have anything coming up that we will need a large amount of land to compensate for as far as a take permit, then we will need to use that property that we purchased out there in the Garlock area. So we shall see if we can get something out of them here soon. The 2020 general plan, as you know, was adopted at the board meeting in June, and we did get the final stamped copy by email this morning, so I'll get that on the website. Number 4 and 5, in my mind, kind of go together, updating our specifications and drawings and our mainline extension procedures. We are working on that. Our associate engineer is working along with our IT person here, Mr. Chris, to work on a database so we can keep track of projects and issuance of permits. So they're going to be working on that together. And we're going to take a look at our specifications and drawings may not need to be updated, but our approved parts list definitely does need to be updated, because there are definitely things on there that we don't use anymore and new things that need to be added. And it's been a while since that's been done. So I think we will have time to get that done in the next few months. That's it.
All right, operations, numbers 1 and 2, the new SCADA system and security hardware installations were completed in late April of this year. Screenshots and descriptions of functionality were given to the board at the May 9th board meeting, at which time the board accepted the project as complete. The new system has already benefited the district by efficiently notifying the on-call staff of pressure anomalies at a booster station, which in turn allowed us to find the most recent break on the Springer line quicker than we were able to in the past. Number 3, the chemical pumps that needed repair or replacement at the currently operational arsenic plant have been repaired or replaced. Number 4, some of our older facilities, such as Well 17, will require new switchgear soon. However, more pressing capital projects will delay their replacement. Number 5, due to the decrease in use at the arsenic facilities from the underdrain replacement project and operational budget cost-saving measures, the normal annual inspection of the FE pumps will be delayed to a biannual basis until such time as the plants are operating under their normal conditions.
So that's part due to lower demand on the wells that are affected by arsenic, is that right?
Yeah, so 1, we have the 1 plant down for the underdrain, and 2, we're trying to use them as little as possible because they cost more.
Roger that.
But as I'm sure everyone is aware, not running plants is not good for plants.
No, they wear out, whether you run them or not.
Yeah.
Parts get stuck, but this is kind of also a phenomenon of district ratepayers using less water as well.
Indeed.
All right, thank you.
Number 6, operations is currently working with engineering to find the most economical vault and / pipeline solution to allow us to install a more accurate meter and utilize the Bowman PRV to its fullest potential. Number 7, installation of mag meters at the wells. Atmospheric discharge is scheduled for the future to ensure accuracy in water loss calculations. 8 and 9, combined implementation of a new domain controller and consolidation of file servers has begun and is currently awaiting the completion of the Springbrook cloud migration. The GIS server has been migrated to a new district server as of July 11, 2022. District staff has a meeting today at 2 with Spatial Wave to try to ensure the district is getting the full functionality of the system and it's using it to its most efficient possibility. Number 11, in April of 2022, the district successfully tested the interconnection with Searles Valley Minerals. The Navy has a non-functioning flow control valve that prevents us from testing that interconnection. To my knowledge, no repairs have been made to date. Number 12, the automated valves for wells 18, 30, and 31 are in the process of being installed, and completion will more than likely be made after the summer due to the higher demand on those wells. 13, as was stated earlier, the bulk station relocation was completed on June 1st, 2022, and to date, we received nothing but compliments for its location and the way it's set up. 14, the district has received the stainless steel under drains and is in the process of scheduling pure flow to replace the system in each filter vessel at Plant 1 after this summer. 15, possible delay due to relocation of capital funds for the upsize at the Springer Reservoir for the solar. 16, the rebuild of RCH booster is scheduled for redesign, changing the centrifugal pumps to be replaced with vertical turbine pumps and new switchgear. It's in the capital upcoming CIP. And 17, the needed replacement for the clay valves. We need to replace the valves at Sunland, C-Zone, Vulcan, and possibly Ridgecrest Heights. They're getting a workout with the brakes and having to use the boosters far more often than we would like to.
Thank you, Jason. I have a question on two questions, actually. I noticed there was some construction going on Navy property east of the covered storage containers on Union Current Road. Could that be related to this interconnect valve?
If it's east, no, the valves themselves are at that site. They're just south of those tanks.
Okay. Doing a lot of digging out there. Do you know what that is? That's all part of the new project. Okay, thank you. And the other question I have regarding the Springer break, is that in any way related to that could have been avoided if we had the capital project completed there?
Yeah.
So that line is under stress and.
Yeah, it's under stress, but I think it's, if you look at the way the pipe fractures, it could all very well be part of the manufacturing process that JM Eagle got a lawsuit for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next section, basically admin. First item, hire and onboard a new general manager, and I don't have to tell the board what's going on there, but applicants have been screened and interviews are being conducted with the selected final candidates. Injury-free 2021 building on the current safety record. As of yesterday, 461 days without a recordable injury. We do continue to do, as it says here, our monthly inspections for safety equipment, fire extinguishers, eye washes, safety showers, slings, and our vehicle and equipment inspections every other week. We're also continuing to do the monthly facility inspections, which involves one of the members of the management team along with at least one member of the staff. We're finding, we've been doing these for several years now, so as we do these, oftentimes we're not finding much of anything, but I think it's still a good thing to get people out, especially office people looking at some of our facilities. And for example, customer service representatives, gives them the opportunity to go out in the field and see things that they can relate to when they're hearing about them through customers or through the staff. So we continue to do those. One thing, and it's gotten read, coming this week on July 29th, there's a community-wide tabletop exercise involving an earthquake, and we are going to participate in that. Ken Silliman from our water supply is going to be our representative. We're working through first aid and CPR refresher courses. Jason got recertified as an instructor, and we've been going through that. You're still doing the final testing though, right? Okay, for CPR and first aid. Number 3, follow the Center for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines and district COVID prevention plan to minimize potential workforce exposure and spreading. and update the plan as necessary. As you know, we closed the office last December. We opened it back up on February 7th. We did require face coverings indoors, following the guidelines at the time. But at this time, there are no mandates that we're following. We're aware there's increase in cases, but as you see, the severity is much less. You're getting fewer serious hospitalizations and deaths as a result. So we continue to monitor, and we'll take action as appropriate based on the recommendations of the CDC. Update the salary survey and negotiate and approve a new 3-year memorandum of understanding with employees. Salary survey was updated and approved by the board on March 14th during the regular board meeting. And we were able to update and approve a new 3-year MOU, which was approved by the board at the April 11th regular board meeting. Review number 5, review CSDA District of Distinction Certification and Transparency Awards. We did receive both of those awards just recently. I believe, hasn't been confirmed, but we should, at the August 8th board meeting, have a virtual presentation from our regional representative. It hasn't been confirmed, but I believe he should be available as far as I know. But again, those are renewals. We've been getting those awards since 2013 and 2015, respectively, and I think they're important that we continue to renew those as they expire. Number 6, build relationships with stakeholders at all levels. I do still meet with City Manager Ron Strand every other month and more frequently if necessary. The district still is a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and we go to the luncheons and participate that way. After serving 9 years on the executive board of the hospital, I've termed out, but I'm still on the corporate board. After 3 terms, you have to leave, be gone 1 year, and then you're eligible to come back on. So I'm currently back on the corporate board and would be eligible to go back on the executive board next year. And I am currently serving as the treasurer on the Indian Wells Valley Economic Development Corporation. I would note, and you're probably aware, one of the key members of that Economic Development Corporation was a staff member, Rebecca McCourt. Rebecca was recently hired to replace Tim Smith as the Chamber of Commerce CEO. That's left a significant void in the Economic Development Corporation. So still trying to work for a replacement for Rebecca. She's got some big shoes to fill. She did a very good job for the Economic Development Corporation. Number 7, continue engagement and participation in the Wells Valley Groundwater Authority with implementation of the GSP plan submitted January 31st, 2020, and it has been approved, as you know. We still have a representative on the PAC, which is myself, and as you know, due to potential conflict issues, we withdrew Tim Parker from the Technical Advisory Committee, so we're not participating there. Number 8, stay active in aqua outreach efforts with the goal of achieving the Region 7 Recognition and Outstanding Outreach Efforts Award for 2021. We did win that award again last year, so 6 of the past 9 years we've achieved that award, and we're working on making it 7 of the past 10. Next, item 9, active outreach program to keep customers and residents informed about issues related to water and district businesses as importance to them. Our Facebook page is active. We've kind of turned over management of it to our public relations firm, Providence Strategic Consultants. They're doing a very good job. We do submit articles for them to post. I mean, they just don't do things on their own, and they communicate with us if there's something they want to put on there so they get our approval. But we've seen traffic on the Facebook page increase recently. And one of the recent efforts that we're promoting now is try to get more people to start up an account on WaterSmart. And we have seen a jump in the last week or so of account, not a significant one, but something like 17, which is more than we normally see. So I think I think the promotion on Facebook is helping. And we also, as far as public events, we did participate in the Home and Leisure Show in March. And of course, those are opportunities for us to face with customers, distribute the free water-saving devices, the hose nozzles, the water moisture meters, those kinds of things. So those are popular events that we participate in. COVID notwithstanding, I believe they're still planning the Fall Petrica Festival, and we participated in that since it was the first festival. So we plan to continue to do that as well, and that provides outreach not only to community members and our customers, but to visitors coming from other areas, because it's a popular event that draws people from out of town. And I know we get people asking questions, even if they don't live in the community, about water. So it's a good outreach opportunity.
They do that in the fall?
In the fall, yes, usually November. Yeah. And last week I was the featured speaker at the Rotary Club luncheon, and I took advantage of that opportunity to promote Water Smart. At the time, I think one person raised their hand that they had an account. So maybe they were one of the couple of the 17 that signed up in the last week. I don't know. But I can't stress enough as you well know, the benefits of having that Water Smart account. In fact, just this morning, I do check the comments, the conversations with customers, and there was a customer that happened to be up in Oregon, and they got an alert. And it turns out the supply line to their evaporative cooler had broken. They called the neighbor, and the neighbor took care of it and fixed it. So had they not gotten an alert, they probably would have got a surprise when they got home and opened their water district bill.
I'd like to emphasize that.
I'm still surprised.
Occasionally, if you have a one-time overuse, you can get forgiveness from the water district if you've taken care of it immediately. However, the water district has no influence over the groundwater authority bills. So while we can forgive you, you'd have to go and apply to I don't know if they have a policy for forgiveness. It's best to catch these things early.
Right.
Very early.
Yeah. So another comment that, just to talk further about Water Smart, there was another comment this morning that a customer got an alert about high usage, and they responded that it was their evaporative cooler, and they don't need to get alerts about the evaporative cooler. So as I mentioned at the Rotary Club, the alerts are based on thresholds that you establish. So when you set up your account, you need to go in there and set up your thresholds. So unless you do that, you're likely going to get alerts, and they may be a nuisance because we don't know what your water uses are. And during the summer, obviously, many people use evaporative coolers, which use more water. So you need to go in there. If your thresholds were set during the winter, for example, go in there and change your threshold for the summer to your typical usage so that you don't get multiple alerts that you're using, you have unusual usage. So we just need to get that message out to people, because that's if we do get a negative comment, that seems to be what it is related to. And again, as the board knows, 95% of the comments we get are positive comments. Number 10, assess current staffing and responsibilities to ensure effectiveness of the organization and that critical functions within the district have trained effective backups. We've undertaken an updated needs assessment for providing cross-training opportunities. And so that's an ongoing item, and we continue to evaluate that, make sure that we do have backup for key positions and key functions. Number 11, ensure all required training, including sexual harassment training per SB 1343 and ethics training per AB 1234 is kept current for all staff and board members. And Lauren keeps everybody appraised of that. We're up to date on everything. So appreciate, especially the board, making sure that your training is up to date.
Okay, I'd like to add that we need to consider the training necessary for the
Junior associate board.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. And obviously, if we didn't have that up to date, we wouldn't have qualified for the District of Distinction Award. So again, thank you for that. Number 12, submit quarterly GM columns on timely issues for publication in local newspapers. I have been doing that. So far this year, I submitted 2 columns. One was called From Record Snow to Extended Drought, the Impact on Groundwater. And in March, it's time to get serious. I'm sorry, that was in March. And then in June, it's time to get serious. So I'll be due for another column in September. And next one is the long-term planning goals. Brackish Water Resources Study. I give updates at water management, and there hasn't been a lot going on. As noted here, the last actual group meeting was January 27th. Tim had a call with Wade Major recently, during which he shared the results from the Rambo analysis that combines the SkyTem data with the reprocessed seismic data, as well as borehole log data and a more detailed interpretation of the basin geology. The intent would be to utilize those results to focus on the northern agricultural area to see if there is something else to look at in that area that may allow the project to move forward. Currently, the project would be considered infeasible due to the cost of treating the high TDS and high boron water at depth. If another target area or zone can be identified, that may change things from infeasible to potentially feasible in the future. After review of the data, a focus will be finishing the draft analysis and getting the report ready to review. And the completion date for this study is March 30th of next year. I did email Wade yesterday to see if I could get an update for the next water management meeting tomorrow. I don't think I've gotten a response yet, but I anticipate, again, not a whole lot of movement on that project since the last report.
Don, I apologize. I think you've answered this before, but my memory isn't like it used to be. A lot of the desalinization plants up and down the coast and around the world are dealing with seawater, which is comparable to the TDS that we sampled in Neal Ranch 1 and 2. Why is it that it's a problem here but not a problem for those facilities?
Our engineer would like to answer this. I see you prepared. Okay.
No, I'm just getting ready to color commentate here.
Okay, all right. Don, sorry, please do go ahead.
The treatment costs, the preliminary cost of treatment for that water, based on what Wade's analysis, was that it was probably not feasible in terms of a source. We're looking at other areas where there may be better quality, still brackish water, but better quality water to treat. As you know, we were limited in areas where we could conduct the study. A lot of the brackish water is on the base, and we don't have access to the base for information. So if we can find another area that we could study further, get more information on, and along those lines, the state is still looking at coming in and doing more SkyTem work, more aerial geophysical work. Because we're a critical basin, they are mapping the state, and we're on their list, I think, for the fall. I don't have a specific date, but for them to come and fly the basin again. And we would do it on closer flight lines than we did originally. And so, if we can get more information from that, it may give us a better idea of another area we could try to treat, explore it for treatment, and take advantage of that as a potential source for a pilot project.
One more thing about it. One of the biggest challenges that the inland basins like ours have is disposal of the brine from the treatment process. Those on the coast, they get to discharge their brine product to the ocean where it's diluted and makes no impact, and we can't just discharge it to the playa. The regional board would have major problems with that. So in the past studies, we've talked about, taking to zero liquid discharge, which is quite expensive. I think, most of these plants, you put 100 units in, you get 70 units out, and you get 30 units of brine that you have to dispose of. But if you have to treat that additional 30 units to potable standards, that costs a lot more money.
So just as for clarification, the excess, the brine this law requires that to be treated as if it were toxic waste. Is that not correct?
I don't know if I don't
Put it
know if
that
it's
way?
characterized as toxic. We're just not it's just not.
You just can't spill it on the ground.
You can't put it on the ground.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
No
So
percolating it.
it's cost of processing. It also, it doesn't give us any credit towards our sustainability because it's water in the basin. We have other locations where fresh water might be found and done so at a less expensive price. And then finally, if we get to the situation where The only real reason to, I think, tackle the brine is to keep it from intruding into freshwater areas. We can avoid that by spreading our pumping around or moving it away from the salt, basically the salt water that's in the valley. It doesn't really help us, and it just costs a great deal of money. It's one other thing you can do with it, but that's, neither here nor there.
But there could be potential for discharge through COSO or Searles Valley if there was.
Yeah.
If it went
They
to
could use
that,
the brine, yes.
They
Mhm.
could use the brine.
Yep.
So we have potential if that's what it came to. It should not be just not a looked at option in my opinion.
And that'd be looked at, but Chuck's comment did remind me that part of the determination of that was infeasible was the cost of disposing of that brine effluent. The transportation costs.
Right.
Hauling it.
And
If there's not a local source to take advantage of it, disposing of that becomes problematic and very costly.
right, it's still going to be, sharing the brine with COSO or the chemical plant is a good idea, but it has other costs associated with it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Number two, the basin groundwater storage study. Again, I report on this at the Water Management Committee meetings, but as you know, we've acquired several miles of 1982 and 1988 seismic data that was done back by the Navy. Still reprocessing the latest acquisition. There were three additional miles that were acquired on one line that the vendor mislabeled. We got that at no cost. There was apparently some issue with the software that John Jansen with Collier was using that backed up his schedule a couple of weeks, but he's now working on it. He's actually working on the draft final report, my last update, which I got on Monday, and I put that in the Monday update to the board. So we're making progress on that. Number three, within the framework of the Groundwater Authority, prioritizes district access to recycled water. We talked about that already. They did conclude that deep water injection is the way to go. I can contribute a little bit to the mindset of the Groundwater Authority. I guess when we talk about, 2 years ago, we suggested this, because the comment was made during one of the staff calls some time ago. And whether or not you agree or disagree, I'm just going to state a statement of fact, is that the Groundwater Authority felt that they needed to investigate all alternatives. And as you know, percolation was one of them. Intuitively, we knew that that wasn't going to work, but they felt that they had to do that study because they would be criticized by some people if they didn't look at that. So I'm not making a judgment right or wrong. I'm just telling you that was the mindset of the Groundwater Authority staff. Number four, investigate alternatives available to meet the district's current and future pumping needs while minimizing reliance on imported water to the extent possible. And as you know, we are looking currently at exploration in the El Paso subbasin. Some of the data, preliminary data, has been presented to the board already in closed session, and you'll get an update on that again today. But preliminary results are looking fairly promising based on the reprocessing of the seismic data in conjunction with the SkyTem data. Number five, explore opportunities for district assets in Inyo County. This primarily deals with the two properties, the Stein property, two parcels of Stein property, and then the Butterworth Ranch. As you know, we received an offer recently for one of the two parcels of the Stein property, which the board decided not to accept. And as far as the Butterworth, the standstill agreement that we have in place expires this year. I will follow up. I have initial contact that indicates that there's no interest in renewing that, but I'll follow up just to make sure. We do have interest there is interest from Mr. Summers, our farmer at Butterworth, that he would like to renew his lease. So we'll follow up on that. That's very simple to do. And of course, that requires board approval, but I wouldn't anticipate that there would be any objection to doing that.
Okay, so just as a clarification, the board did decline an offer on the property, an offer which was what best described as pennies on the dollar,
Right.
by a company that had very poor ratings in the Better Business Bureau.
Yeah, I think they had a 1.5 stars out of 5 on Yelp.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're starting to get into discussions we had in closed session, people.
Guess I'll keep my comments to myself then.
He's already nervous,
ready.
Chuck.
He was
He's already nervous.
Just want to get into closed session.
Say whatever you want.
I think that's it, right? This is a page.
Okay. Are any questions from the public on the reports? All right, seeing none. Let's move on to Charlie, Board of Directors goals and priorities. Let's start with Vice President Boyd.
Well, I think I've got a couple of obvious action items that I'll be paying attention to, working with Director Rotora in our finance community to work on the rates for beginning in January of 2023. The other personal goal that I set was to help lead the district in a strategic planning exercise, which I'll provide updates on schedule and objectives at the next board meeting. Those are my current objectives.
Okay, Director Cordell?
Rate studies are a definite concern of mine also, and I know that Stan and Mel will make it feasible, not take any more percentages or add percentages to the ratepayers that we don't need. And I just want to also say, welcome Ed to the Valley here. He was one of the persons that is applying for the manager's job, and I don't know how far you made the trek, but I'm sure you came quite a ways from here. Hope you like Ridgecrest. So.
Yeah, we lowered the temperature for you. This is unseasonably cool.
Right.
Director Rotora?
I would just like to echo, I think the importance of the rate study and jump-starting that thing, get it moving fast, and cooperating in conjunction with that, working with Krieger and Stewart to try to identify the priorities associated with the capital improvement. I think that's going to be very important that obviously inflation is going to drive everything and we can't do anything about that, but we do have some control over the priorities of the capital improvement and the bundling of them and the timing. So I think that's something we need to understand very well. Thank you.
Director Griffin?
I would just like to see staff pretty quickly come up with a priority of their top 3 projects to where we could get a cost estimate for those very quickly, so we could establish in our rate study and through our cost of service, we could incorporate those in and get those projects accomplished and move forward with that. The rate study is very important. It's critical that we get it done, but we also have to have this data to know what needs to be done immediately so we can get that handled. I want to see us continue to work with DWR, with the facilitator. I think that's going to be important as we move forward, to work together with all of the stakeholders in the valley and come up with a process that will work for us. And I want to make sure that we stay in working with the groundwater authority on the recycled water, because I believe it's a very important issue and we need to keep focused on it.
All right, thank you. I have one comment. I'm going to build on something that Director Rotora said. The rate study needs to be ready for a vote of the board by the November board meeting. Okay, thank you. Any questions from the public? Any discussion? All right, item D, prioritize projects and goals, develop action plans. I believe you just asked the staff to do that. So we had a break on Springer. In my opinion, that is the highest priority project, is to address that pressure differential.
I agree, and I think operations and engineering agree. They did, just to clarify for everybody, the district's engineering and operations department worked with Krieger and Stewart to identify those prioritized projects. So we can present them again and maybe break them down into certain criteria if you'd like to see them done a different way, but I don't think there's a great effort in accomplishing that.
I agree. And you guys have done that, and staff has done that. I would just like to see the three.
Sure.
So we could say, this is how much money we need to look at and how we're gonna accomplish this during this 4-year term or 3-year term until we do a new rate study. That way there's no surprises, and we have the ability to get the funds, if that's how we choose to do it, to obtain a completed project on those items. So that's what I'd like to see.
Yep, and the Springer bottleneck, for lack of a better term, has been a high priority for many, many, many years.
Yes, absolutely. It's an issue. Don, if you get Don a list of the prioritized projects, and you can send that out to the board in an email, and that would remind everybody. Okay. All right, let's see.
Could I
Yes.
clarify that, both prioritized in importance and in time, if possible? So if it's important, but it's okay to wait 2 years, or that kind of.
Well, there's a risk assessment.
Yeah, right.
What is the potential for an issue, and how severe is it? So I think Springer is already an issue, and the potential is very high. Yep, I'm just amplifying it. We're not disagreeing, so absolutely not.
And the consequence.
Right. So Director Rotorua, do you have any projects that you feel are high priority?
I'm not willing to do Chuck's job or Jason's job. I just want to have that information so we can make sure it gets into the rate study.
Right.
I'm retired, Chuck.
Director Griffin?
No, I think I mentioned mine pretty well. I just want to make sure that we have what we need to move forward.
All right. Vice President Boyd?
I missed the question.
Do you have a project other than Springer?
Oh, well.
Which you feel is a high priority project?
So the strategic planning exercise and the rate study are the two, my two
Good answer.
focus at the moment.
Excellent. Director Cordell, right, head shaking. All right, Don, is there anything you want to add to this? Mr. Krieger, our engineer. All right, excellent. Any question from the public? Item E, review any outstanding issues. Does anybody have any outstanding issues that they would like to review? That includes staff. Okay, I'm not seeing any enthusiasm. I think we've covered most of them already.
The only, I guess I do have one, and maybe it's not an outstanding issue, but it keeps coming back, and it's not keeping me awake, but it certainly pops up on the list. You know, we've been told that the DWR's guidelines on Sigma are going to make the reuse of water through like brackish recovery or whatever, would not be allowed to be counted as new water. And I think we need to push on that, because we've got a lot of water in this basin that could be used for purposes that we need in the future that isn't currently potable. And it just seems a waste that we would be denied being able to use that. I'm just wondering if we can be more proactive with Sacramento, DWR in particular, because in our case, when we find out what the real cost of imported water is, contrast to what we could do to recover the water we currently have, might be a compelling case for this, for the state.
That's a good point, and here's, I think, your angle to approach DWR. The law says that they're trying to bring pumping into sustainment and avoid any serious negative issues for users of the groundwater, and having saltwater intrusion into the freshwater bodies would be a serious negative issue, and that might be argued at the state level that we should be allowed to pump that water and treat it, the brackish water, without penalty, because we're trying to mitigate that issue. That's a good point.
I guess I do have one comment. You brought that up, and I believe maybe we do need to take a stronger stance against the state on a few issues, and I don't know how we would do it. But I personally have a problem with some of the Senate bills that are coming out, especially the 40 gallons, the changes that they're making. I believe as a basin that was deemed critical by the state, we were put in and under the regulation now of the Groundwater Authority, who implemented a plan. We are following that plan, whether we like it or not. But they established how we were going to reach sustainability. And now on top of that, now the state is coming in again and saying, now we're going to only enforce the district water users to even meet a stricter guideline than what was implemented by the Groundwater Authority through their plan. So I believe we need to either work with Aqua or whoever we need to, Vince Fong or whatever, but states that are basins that are regulated under Sigma and we're given the force to make a plan should be exempt from these other Senate bills because they've already achieved what needed to be achieved for sustainability in their basin. And that's not taken into account under these Senate bills. So I have an issue with that.
Okay, thank you. Stan, you look like you wish to pitch in.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. The issue is that the new environmental conservation laws, which started out as SB 606 and AB 1668, are a totally different legal issue than Sigma. And I'm not even sure that the relative groups talk. Everybody has to comply with those state conservation laws, whether they're a part of any aquifer or not.
Whether they're an overdraft or not.
My feeling is, worthwhile looking into, but I think in terms of energy spent, I think it would be difficult. Just because of the way they were enacted, they're totally separate and distinct, and they kind of look at different issues. One is, strictly conservation. The other one is the groundwater, so, which is related obviously to conservation, but there's not that much connectivity between them that I think you can even get anybody to talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah, my own gut feel.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Director Cordell? All right. Any issues or comments from the public? All right, then, seeing we have come to the end of the open agenda, I'm going to go ahead and declare the open meeting closed at 11:57 a.m. We'll reconvene at, want to go right into open, or we want to go right into closed session? Or you want to? All right, at 10 after 12, please. I'm going to call open session back into session at 3:11 PM. Mr. Worth?
Yes, the board met in closed session, and no action was taken that requires disclosure under the Brown Act. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Then I will call this meeting of the board, the special workshop, closed at 3:11 PM. Thank you.